Hello and welcome YouTube. In this video you are going to learn how to build a game with Unity 3D. And the game that you're going to learn to build is the one that you see right here, and it's called Helix Jump. So we're going to build a clone of Helix Jump, and as you can see it's very basic from the graphics point of view, but there is still quite some functionality which you are going to learn to build, and that will allow you not only to build this game but also to build other games with Unity. And as you can see, we have a bouncing ball here, and we have a score, we have the platform that we can move. So it's not just the ball bouncing around, but we can actually move around the helix. And as you can see, if we're good enough, then, oh, actually I'm not good enough, so I see ads. And that's something that you see in the Helix Jump game as well. It's for free, but as soon as you lose, or if you get to a point where you have played enough or something like that, then you see some ads, and those ads, they make money for the developer, and you can be that developer who makes money with video games. So I'm gonna show you all the features that you need for that. You're gonna learn to use Unity ads and to implement them into your games, so you will see how to make money with your games. And we're gonna optimize that game for touchscreens, so it's gonna work on Android and iOS. You can simply export it afterwards and put it onto the Play Store, for example, and make some money out of it. And also, you're going to learn how to use so many different features of Unity that you can go ahead and make your own games. And that's pretty cool, because Unity is an amazing tool, and that's the one that I'm using right here. And it allows you to build amazing games within a very short amount of time and with not that much hassle, because there are plenty of other ways to build games, but I think Unity is pretty much the best one. And about me, just quickly, I'm Dennis Panuta, and I'm an instructor on Udemy, and I've made many courses in German already, and now I've also made 2 English courses by now. And yeah, you can check them out. I'll add the link in the description. I'm also going to show you my account later on, or at least my profile on Udemy. And let's get right into it. By the way, before we do that, there's one more thing. You need to know programming, at least on a basic level. Object-oriented programming would be great. That's what we're going to use here. We're going to use C# as a programming language. So if you know Java, or if you know Python or any other programming language, then you're good to go, because I'm going to explain every single thing that I'm going to do. But if you don't know programming at all, then this might be a little difficult, because I'm not going to go into the basics, what loops are, what if statements are, while loops, those kind of things. I'm not going to go into that too much. So I'm going to go straight into developing this game with Unity, and we're going to use assets and all of those kind of things. So I hope you're ready. So let's dive into it. So I built this complete Unity masterclass course in which you're going to learn how to build real games and how to build them from scratch. So you're going to learn how to build a platformer game, how to build a Space Invaders clone, how to build a Fruit Ninjas clone and optimize it for mobile and export it for mobile as well, how to build a first-person shooter game, and finally how to build a tycoon game similar to Adventurist, which is an endless game. So if you want to become a real game developer, definitely check out the course. You can find the link in the description, and you will get the course with a huge discount, so don't hesitate, as you will not only get the course, but you will also get it in a structured manner with all of the code, as well as a Q&A section with a 5-star support. So get the course now. I hope to see you there. Before we can start to develop with Unity, we first of all, of course, need the software to do so. So you can simply go on the website unity3d.com, and there you find this website. It's going to be different depending on when you look at it, and the version will be different. And currently that's the Unite Berlin 2018, or at least it was in the last weeks. And now they're of course promoting the content that they have had there. So there was a keynote. And the thing that is important to us is the software. So in order to download the software, you simply get Unity. You press this link here on the right hand side, and then you get to the site where you can download Unity. And you can also simply go to the link store.unity.com, and there you'll find it as well. All right, so it's loading a little slowly, but as soon as we get there, you can see you can either get serious with Unity Plus or Unity Pro, or you can go with the free personal version. And there is no downside, at least for what we're gonna do, of using the free version. So just try the personal one. It's totally free. There's no problem at all using it, and you don't need to pay anything. And that's great because it has all the functionality that we need and even a lot more than what we ever gonna use. So we need to accept the terms. You can check out the terms of service, and then you can simply go ahead and download. By the way, you have not raised funds that exceed 100K, because if you make more than 100K with your games, then Unity is not going to be for free. And in most cases, I expect that you don't. So you can simply download the program from here. So depending on the software that the OS operating system that you have on your machine, you'll have to download either the one or the installer for Mac OS or the one for PC or even Linux, even though I'm not 100% sure if Linux is compatible. No, Linux is not there. So you'll need to use Windows or Mac OS. So I'm just going to download the Mac OS version, and it's just a small DMG file. In the Windows version, it will be an X file. So as soon as we are there, we can go ahead and install. And I have to find it. Oh, yeah, there we are. So Unity Download Assistant, and we can simply save it in our downloads, and then afterwards we can open it up. All right, so simply press on this DMG file, on the exe file, and the Unity Download Assistant will come up. And it's gonna take quite a while to install Unity based on the internet connection that you have, because it is a bigger file and it needs to download quite some stuff. It says Unity is already running on the computer, so I need to close Unity in my case because I have it installed already. And I have an older version, so I'll install the latest version with you. So I just click continue and the installer comes up. So download and install Unity. I'm just gonna say continue. Then I have to read through the Unity terms of service, and I just did that. So I can click continue, and now I have to agree with it. You can go ahead and read the license once again, or you can agree. And now the Unity component selection. That's where you can select which software you want to be installed on your PC. And as you can see, there is Unity, and the download size is 1 GB and the install size is 2.4 GB. So it's gonna require quite some space on your PC. If you don't have Visual Studio on your PC already, then you should install Visual Studio as well. So that's the software that we're going to use in order to write our code. So that's important that you have that. Then you can go ahead and download the documentation. It can be very useful to have the documentation on your machine. I'm most of the time using it online, so I'll uncheck that. Then the standard assets. There are some basic assets which are very great. They look pretty good, and you can use them in your games. You can download those or you don't, depending on how much space you have in your machine, of course, and what you want to do. So the standard assets are some pretty good building project, or pretty good to start building projects. If you have some characters that or if you want to have some characters that you want to add and stuff like that. There's also an example project, which also contains very many assets, but I'm not going to install both of them because I don't need them in this project. And then you can add the Android build support and the iOS build support and so forth. So there are plenty of build support, which pretty much means that if you have those installed, then you can go ahead and build your game or export that game for that specific operating system. So it's either Android, it's iOS, tvOS, as you can see, Linux, and WebGL. WebGL is the one that I would recommend you to install, because then you can simply export it and run it in your browser, for example. Then Android build support is the one that we're gonna use, so I recommend to install that as well. And as you can see, space required is 11 GB in my case, and my space remaining is very limited. So I'm gonna uncheck Visual Studio because I have it installed already, so I'm not gonna use that or need that, but you should if you don't have it. All right, so I'm just gonna press next, and there you have to enter your password. So I'm just gonna do that real quick. And now you can select the destination. So where should it be installed? I'm just gonna click continue because it's just going to use the standard one. So while it's downloading, let's go back to, or let's go to the Google Play Store, where I want to show you something. So there is one thing that you have to consider when making games, and that's the game idea. Because maybe you have an idea, maybe you don't. And if you don't have an idea, that's totally fine, because there are plenty of ideas out there. And you don't have to make your very own idea in order to build a great game. And a great example for that is Flappy Birds. You might know Flappy Birds. Or Flappy Bird. Let's check it out. So if I enter Flappy Bird in here, and if you have never played the game, then go ahead and install and check it out. And as you can see, there are hundreds of Flappy Birds here. And there are so many apps. Like, everyone build a Flappy Bird clone kind of game. And it doesn't even have to be a bird. Sometimes it's a cat, sometimes it's even a robot, or even poo. So it could be pretty much everything, right? And what people did, they took this idea and they rebuilt it. They built it themselves and they uploaded it to the store. And that's because it's very easy to build this game. There's really not that much happening. You have the pipes that come from the side, you have the bird that jumps, and you have to press the screen or tap the screen in order to make the bird jump, and it has to go through the pipes. So you probably know that game, right? And if you don't, then really check it out, because this is a great example of a game that is easy to build and that made money for many people. So if your goal is to make money, then it's very easy to just take a game that's great and rebuild it. And you shouldn't rebuild it one by one, because you shouldn't copy the idea. You should add some more features. So just think of something that you would like to have in this game, or where you think, okay, that would make the game a little better, or that could be fun to have that functionality in there, or stuff like that, and just rebuild it. And that's what many people did, and that's what we're gonna do with Helix Jump, because there is this game called Helix Jump, and as you can see, that's the one that we're gonna rebuild. And you just have this ball, and this ball is just falling down those helix elements here. And we're gonna build that game. As you can see, it has 947,000 reviews. It's just 4 stars, or a little more than 4 stars, but that doesn't really matter, because the sheer amount of people that play this game is insane. So there are millions and millions of people playing that game, and as you know, it's free. But if millions of people play your game and it's with ads, then you're gonna make some serious money. And even if it's just multiple thousands, like 100,000 or 50,000 people, you can still make money off of it, right? And we're gonna build this game, as you know already. And we're not gonna build every single feature, because for example, the splash here, we are not gonna add that, but we're gonna add everything else pretty much, right? We're gonna have a level system, a stage system. You can set up the stages yourself, and so forth. All right, so as you can see, 4.2 is the average rating here. But there are, well, I'm not sure, I didn't check it out, but there are plenty of Helix Jumps, I guess, on the store as well. So you could even go ahead and build that game where you say, okay, my Helix Jump is not going to be about the ball falling down, it's going to be about the ball going up. So my goal is to find a point where I can jump and then jump up the next to the next platform. That would be a little tweak, and it's a different game, even though it's the same concept. It's pretty much the same game, except for the ball doesn't go down, but it goes up. And of course, gravity pulls it down, but there have to be some points in the platforms that allow you to jump higher or something like that. So that's what you can do, and that's pretty cool. So you don't have to have your very own, very deep and complex ideas of a game that has thousands of features and characters and RPG and stuff like that. You can make it very simple. At least that's what I would recommend at the beginning. So get a good feeling for game development by building very basic games. So you can just go ahead and check out your Facebook feed or your Instagram feed or whatever, and if they recommend a game to you, then just check out that game. If it's a successful one, then, and a simple one, then just try to rebuild it. And you will be able to do that after this video, or at least after my complete Unity course. You'll definitely be able to do that. But in this video, we're gonna build Helix Jump, and I think that's hopefully enough. Well, my download is not done yet, but that was just a little side information that I wanted to give you. So if you have an idea, that's cool, you can go ahead and build it. If you don't have an idea, then just check out the store and try to build something similar with a little tweak here and there and put some ads on it, then you're good to go. All right, so there we are. I have great news. The installation was successful, and I hope it works out for you as well, because as soon as that's done, we can go ahead and launch Unity. And I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna close the installer and I'm gonna launch Unity. And in my case, it just opens up this folder here where I can simply start the Unity app. And there we are. Unity is starting, and it's a little slow in my case because I'm running it on a slow machine pretty much. It's not the fastest one, but it's the one that I have at work here in my office. All right, so there we are. Unity is installed and we have everything to go. And as you can see, there are some projects on my disk already. I can sign in anytime. So in my case, I don't have to sign in, but it can be that you have to sign in. So if you need to sign in, then you need to create a Unity account on unity3d.com, and then you can go back and sign in here. All right. So I'm just gonna open up Helix Jump and I'm gonna open up Unity a second time, because even though I could go ahead and try to build the game for you on the go, it's a lot better if I have it on the side as well, because then I can make it more structured and it's better for your learning experience. So I'm just gonna open up Helix Jump once again, and now it's complaining that the project was saved in a different version, and that's the case because, well, I have launched it in a different version just a second ago, but now it's fine. So if you ever have that, it can happen that there might be some issues because you're using features that are not available or were not available at that time or whatever. So it's depending on the version that you were running it with at the first time or somebody else was running it with. But usually Unity is pretty good at making it compatible on different versions. So I have this project, and as you can see, it takes quite a while. So I'm just going to pause the video until it's done importing and opening it up. If you want to, by the way, you can go ahead and download the whole project. I'm going to add a link in the description. And while you're at it, if you click on the link, you can also check out the description in general, and you can also leave a like on the video, of course. And also subscribe to the channel. I mean, it's not my channel where I upload this video, but you still can like the video. Great, so there we are. So I have Unity opened up, and as you can see, I have a project here already, but I'm also gonna open up a new Unity project. So this one, just for you, a quick recap of what we're gonna build. So we're gonna build this Helix Jump, as you can see, and as you also can see, there is only this one platform, and there is this big pipe that's just there, and we can play around here. I'm gonna explain everything that's going on here in a second, but I'm just wanted to show you what kind of features we're gonna add. So we have these platforms that are gonna be built programmatically, so we don't have to add them all in here and make it all manually. It's gonna be built programmatically. So you're gonna learn how to design levels, but also to build them programmatically. And that's the cool thing, because we have stages here and we can design how many part counts we want to, or how many parts we want to have per each element or per each level. So I called the levels, which means these platforms, I called them levels, and the different stages are the ones where you, if you go to the bottom with the ball, then you come to the next stage. In other games, you might call it levels. So we're gonna go to the next level. But in here, the platforms are the different levels, at least that's the naming that we have here. And there are different elements, as you can see. And in this case, I have 10 levels, so 10 platforms that are gonna be added automatically when we start the game. And I have this little designer here where I can design how many parts should be in that platform, and I can add 11 because there has only, or has always to be, one gap where the ball can go through. So the whole amount here will be 12, so we will have 12 pieces of that platform, and 11 of them can be a part where we actually can jump on. Then we of course have the ball, we have the helix, we have the functionality to drag the helix left and right by just swiping over the screen, and we can add the amount of dev parts. And dev parts are the ones that are going to be in a different color, and if the ball goes on that def part, then the player loses. So the level is over and he goes back to the beginning of the level. And yeah, there is plenty of more kind of things that we're going to build, but I think that's good enough for us to go ahead and start building those things. All right, so let's go ahead and create a new project where we start doing that. All right, so there we are again. Open up Unity, and then you can simply create a new project and just press on new. And after a while, it opens up and you can give it a name. So I'm gonna call it Helix Jump YouTube. And you can choose the location where you want it to be installed, so the directory and the template. And we're gonna use the 3D template, a very basic one. And we don't need to add any asset packages. We're gonna just use the standard, pretty much empty 3D template. And I'm gonna create a project. All right, and there we are. So here you can see the Unity interface. And that interface and the layout of the interface depends highly on what you want to set up. So I'm gonna go to the default, and that's the default setup. So you should usually have this setup where you can see that you have a hierarchy tab here on the left-hand side where you can see your sample scene with a main camera and the directional light. So these are the only two objects that we currently have in our scene. And you can see the scene as something called level. So it's pretty much like a level within a video game where you have multiple different objects. And in this case, it's just two objects that we have here. We have no ball, we have no player, we have nothing else. So if we go to the game tab, and as you can see, there is the scene tab, there's the game tab or the game view, and that's how the game currently looks. So if we start the game, and there is this play button right here, the pause button and the step button. So if we play the game, as you can see, in my case, it turns green, and that's something that I've set up. But then other than that, you can see that there is this horizon that you can just see and nothing else. And that's based on what we have set up here. So we have this camera, and this camera has a little preview that we can see here. It's our main camera, and it's looking somewhere. And then there is this light, or this directional light, and it has a specific direction to where the light goes. And also, well, there is this horizon in the background, or horizon in the background. Other than that, you can see you have the project tab, which contains all the assets that you have. So in my case, I have a scenes folder, and in that folder, I have this scene called sample scene. And that's the one that you have here as well. Then on the right hand side, you can see the inspector, and the inspector always gives you detail on the object that you currently have selected. So if I select my main camera, for example, as you can see, the inspector fills up with information. And it has plenty of components, and that's what these things are called. So there is a component called transform, then there is a component called camera, and a component called audio listener. So this main camera has an audio listener, so it listens for audio that comes from the game, and it gives us this audio. So if we have some audio in there, we will hear it because the audio listener is activated onto our main camera. So that's pretty much our eyes and ears. So this main camera is our eyes and ears for the game. And even though we have in the scene, we have the capability of flying around and checking everything out, in our game view, we currently only have the view of our camera, because we have not added any functionality. We didn't add any other things such as flying around, like the capability of flying around or stuff like that. That's not something that we have added. And we won't do that in this video. We're gonna really just build Helix Jump. But that's the general setup that you see here. Then there are buttons here at the left top hand side, and as you can see, there is this hand, and if we use the hand, then we can move around in the scene as such. So as you can see, I'm moving around a little bit, and things look slightly different based on that, but with the right click, as you can see, right click, I can change the viewing angle. so I can change where I am looking, and I'm not dependent on this main camera. So in the scene view, I'm pretty much free to look wherever I want, to change the angle of my position and so forth. But the main camera has a different kind of perspective, right? Then there is this move tool with which I can move things around. So check out the camera preview here on the right hand side, and if I now move my camera, well, you don't see much, but let's add a object there, then you will see the difference. And also let's use a different layout to do that. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna change our layout now, and I don't need that big of a project tab here at the bottom, so I'm gonna make it a little smaller, and the hierarchy doesn't need to be that wide either because I don't have long names yet. So I'm just gonna make it a little smaller. And now what I want to have is my scene view and my game view to be next to each other. So I don't want them to be in different tabs as they are currently, which can be very useful, but based on the situation, it really makes sense to change the layout that you're using. So now I want to take the game and I'm gonna drag it to the right hand side. And there we are. So as you can see, I can play around with the game view and the scene view as well. So I can change their width, and well, in this case, I cannot change the height that much, but of course I could make the project bigger, so the game view would be smaller. By the way, it's changing the aspect all the time because we have set it up as free aspect. We could of course go ahead and use a specific aspect here like 16:9 or 16:9. That's the basic aspect that you have on phones and on PC screens, even though that's changing already. So now we're getting to a point where it's 20:9 or 2:1, stuff like that. So this can change anytime. But I have set it up as a free aspect, so it's always going to be, well, based on how much space it has. So based on the aspect ratio that I have set up here. All right. So in order to see anything and to move anything, I want to add a little object in here. So I'm going to go to the hierarchy on the left-hand side and I'm going to add a object. And for now, I'm just going to add a sphere because we need a ball, and a ball is a 3D object, which is a sphere. So I'm just going to add that into the game. Now we can see it here in our scene view, but for some reason we don't see it in the game view. And why is that? Well, that's depending on the position. So if we look at our main camera once again, as you can see, that's where the camera looks. So it looks towards the right hand side, and that's currently how the camera is positioned based on the aspect that we have here. So as you can see, if I'm moving it around, it gets wider or narrower. And now the ball is not in the view of that scene. So if I want to move it in there, I can try to move it around. And as you can see, that's what this tool is for. So this move tool allows me to move objects within my scene. And as you can see now, there is this ball. Suddenly it's within my scene. So let me move the ball a little closer to the camera. And as you can see in the game view, it's a lot bigger than it was before. So let me move it even closer and stuff like that. By the way, you can also always reset the position to the source. So if I press reset, it goes to 0, 0, 0. And that's something very important. And this is the transform component that you see here. So every single game object, doesn't matter which one it is, every single game object has a transform component. And what is a game object? Well, anything that we have within our hierarchy. So the main camera is a game object, directional light is a game object, and sphere is a game object. Now, that game object sphere has the transform position of x, 0, y, 0, and z, 0. So these are the different axes on which this ball is. So let me go closer to the ball, and I'm doing that with WASD. So I'm flying around with WASD or with the directional keys. So you can use forward, backward, left, and right in order to move around in here. And in order to do that, I also press the right click. So I hold the right mouse button in order to fly around within my scene view. All right. And that allows me to look at things from different angles. And here we have our ball. which has a transform component, as I said. But there is a lot more to the transform component than just the position. As you can see, there is also this rotation, and the rotation goes towards multiple different directions. So it goes towards the X direction, the Y, and the Z direction. We're going to look at rotations later on when we use the helix. And then we have the scale. So we have an X scale, Y scale, and a Z scale. So we can change the scale of the ball anytime. So we can make it bigger towards the X scale. And as you can see now, it's not a general sphere anymore. It looks a little different. Or we can change the Y position as well. Now you can see it looks like a little Mentos. And because it's white and it has this angle or this scale pretty much. And of course I can scale the Z position as well. And by the way, you see, from that point of view, you don't see that it looks like a Mentos because you have this specific view on to that sphere. But if we change the position of our camera, then we still don't see it. What if we change the angle? And that's something that we can do with this tool right here. So the rotate tool. As you can see, there's this move tool, there's the hand tool, there's the rotate tool. So let's check out the rotate tool and let's rotate our camera. Well, we still don't see it. So let's change the position and the rotation of our camera. So let's move the camera a little bit forward and to the side and even further forward. And now I'm just gonna change the green angle. As you can see, the Y rotation here on the right hand side is changing. So let me change that even further, and there you see, now you see that it's not a normal sphere. All right, not a basic sphere. All right, so let's reset the position of our camera. Now as you can see, it's in the center as well as the ball was, and I want to move it backwards a little bit. So I want to move it into the Z direction. So let's go to -10, Z -10, and there you are. Now let's change the sphere scale to 111 again to have this general size, as you can see, and we can move the ball closer as well. Okay, so this is very, very basic, and it's really important that you understand that because every single game object has a transform component. Okay, so let's go to the next point because we have other components here as well. And as you can see, there is something called sphere mesh filter, then there is a mesh renderer, then there's this sphere collider with a default material. And those ones here, they are components as well. So this mesh renderer, it takes care of how this ball looks. So we could add specific lighting, we could change the lighting, receive shadows, we can change that, we can add object motion, stuff like that. But I'm not gonna go into that too much. What I do want to change is the material because we're gonna need that for our game. We don't want to have white balls all the time, and we don't want to have white spheres all the time and stuff like that. So if we want to change that, we can create a new material. And in order to do so, I go to the project tab here at the bottom and I press right click and create a new material. And as you can see, we can create multiple different things. We can create many different things, and we're gonna create some of them in this chapter or in this video, but let's go ahead and create this material real quick. So I'm pressing material, and now I can give it a name, and I'm just gonna call it red material because that's going to be my material that is going to be red. And in order to change the color of this material, I need to select it, and as you can see, the inspector on the right hand side allows me to change the main map. So I'm gonna click here onto this little white square, and then the color pops up. So now I can change it to being red, and as you can see, I can play around with the colors here anytime. So I could change the RGB value. RGB stands for red, green, and blue, and the A here stands for the alpha. So it's for the visibility of it. So you can make it transparent if you have a very low alpha here. All right, so let me just take a red. I'm just gonna take a basic red. You can also use this little tool here, which allows you to select a color that you see somewhere. Okay, so as you can see, if I go over this red sphere here, it shows me different red colors that I can choose from. And if I click onto one of them, that's going to be the color that is selected. And as you can see now, the whole ball looks different. All right, so I'm just gonna use a very strong red. And now I want to add this material to my ball. And how do I do that? How do I add it to the sphere? Well, I can simply drag it into the material here. So under materials, I can drag it in there. But I can also just drag it into the sphere itself. And as you can see, the sphere changes its color. And why is it darker here at the bottom than it is at the top? Well, that's depending on our directional light. Because as you can see, the directional light goes from this side. And as you can see, if I change that, so let me change the directional lighting, and by that I mean I need to change the angle. And as you can see, if I change the angle of the lighting, if I go up, it gets darker. So suddenly it's night, and as you can see, it's full darkness and the ball has a very different color. And if I go like this, and there we are, suddenly our ball is pretty darn dark on this side, but it's not dark on that side anymore. So it's not really like the sun, it's just generally from which direction does the light come. So even though the sun is at the top there, we still have some color at this side here, or some light at that side. So let's go back and change the direction of the sun back to its standard. So let's reset. That just resets the position. And now let's change the rotation. Well, as you can see, the rotation is at 0, 0, 0 as well. But let me change that a little bit because I want it to be daytime. So just like that. All right, so I've added the rotation. You can go ahead, of course, and change the rotation as you please. And you can also move the directional lighting away if it's in your way and you don't want to have it just in the middle of your scene view where you have everything else. All right, so that's some basics about materials, some basics about the ball and about the spheres, and also, well, there is one more important thing. It's called collider. So we're going to use colliders. And what are colliders? Well, you can imagine them like a skin. So there is a type of skin around that ball, and if that skin touches something, then it's going to collide with it. And that's only the case if the other thing also has a collider. So if the other game object also has a collider. And in order to demonstrate that, I'm going to add or move the ball a bit higher. And I'm going to add another object in here. So I'm going to add a plane, or let's add a cube. I'm just going to add a cube in here. And as you can see, this is the cube that we have. It doesn't have any material. And I'm gonna move it just below the ball. And what I'm gonna do here as well is I'm gonna change the rotation a little bit. Actually not in this direction, but in the Y direction. So now you can see we have this square here, or this cube. And now I'm gonna scale. I'm gonna scale the Z position and the X position. So now we have this big piece of ground and our ball can fall down on it. So I'm gonna change the position to 0, 0, 0 for our cube. I'm gonna make it thinner. Let's go with 0.1. So as you can see, it's pretty thin now in comparison to what it was before, and it's pretty big. But now, as you can see, it has a box collider. So our sphere has a sphere collider, and our box or our cube has a box collider. And as you can see, if we go closer, we see these green edges. So this is green edge. That's the collider that surrounds this ground that we have here. So now I want the ball to fall down, and that's usually what you would expect, right? And by the way, we don't see it really well, so I'm gonna move it a little down, so to minus 0.5 for the Y coordinate. So now my ground is a little lower. As you can see, the camera is higher than the ground. That's why we see the ground. Otherwise we wouldn't see it. Now let's check it out. Let's run the game and see what happens. So there we are, my ball. It doesn't move. Why doesn't it move? Come on, it's a ball. It's heavy. It should fall down. Well, that's because we didn't add a rigid body to it. And a rigid body is pretty much a component that allows an object to have physical capabilities, such as gravity, such as an acceleration, those kind of things. So if you don't have a rigid body on an object, it will not move. And that's generally the idea of rigid bodies. So let's add a rigid body to that sphere. So I'm pressing the sphere on the left-hand side again, and I'm gonna add a component, because we have this mesh filter, mesh renderer, sphere collider, so these different components, and I want to add a different component to it as well. And as you can see, there are plenty of different component types of which to choose. So we have audio, effects, events, layout, navigation, and so forth. Plenty of things. And the one that I want to use is physics. So within physics, within the folder physics, I have multiple different components to choose from. For example, box collider, capsule collider, character controller, and so forth. And the one that I want to use is a rigid body. And it's important that you use the one from physics general, not the physics 2D one, because we are in a 3D world here. And stuff is in 3D, so we need to use the physics folder, and in there you can find rigid body. Of course, you could have gone ahead and just entered rigid body in here, and it would propose this rigid body for you. So I'm just going to select that, and as you can see, now we have this new component added to our sphere, and that sphere now has a mass, it has a drag, an angular drag, and it has a check mark or checkbox here for use gravity. And what that does is it will add gravity to our ball. And I'm just gonna start the game now, because now it has physics. And as you can see, the ball falls down, and that's it. So now we have physics and the ball just falls down. And then there we are. So that's what this rigid body allows us. It gives this game object that we have here physics. Now we can add constraints to it. So we can freeze specific positions. We could freeze the X position, the Z position, the Y position, and so forth. What that does is it does not allow the ball to change the position in the X, Y, or Z coordinate, depending on what we have checked. And the same goes for rotation. So if you don't want the object that you have to rotate, then you can freeze its rotation anytime. And that doesn't make sense yet, because we don't have any physics that interact with this ball except for it falling down, but it will make sense later on. Now you might say, all right, the ball is falling, but why is it not going up? Why is it not bouncing? Because there should be some bounce, right? It's a ball and it looks so rubbery. It looks like a rubber piece, and it would jump up again in usual cases, or in the world that we have, right? But it's not the case. And that's something that we can add anytime. So we can either do it programmatically, or we can just add a different component to it. Because if you check out the sphere, there is something called material. So the sphere collider also has a material, because it's something that we have used already. We have this red material. So what if I drag this red material in there? Oh, it doesn't accept it. That's because there are two different types of materials. So there are the materials which have a specific color, and there are the materials which add a physics component to it. So I'm going to create a new physics material, and that's what we find here. So it's important that you use the normal one, not the 2D one. So physics material, I'm just going to press that, and I'm going to call that bounce. And I just use that in order to demonstrate the physics of it in here. So if I press the bounce, as you can see, there's the dynamic friction. So friction generally reduces the speed or the force of the bounciness pretty much. Then we have the static friction, and we have bounciness. And what I want to have is I want to have some bounciness. And this bounciness value is something between 0 and 1. 0 meaning there is no bounce at all, and 1 meaning I'm gonna bounce as high as I was before, or as the point from which I fell. So in this case, let's check out the sphere. It was at y 2.2 roughly, so I'm just gonna change that to 2. And now if I make it fall, it should go back to 2 again. So let's add that bounce material to our sphere. So I'm gonna press the sphere and I'm gonna drag the bounce into the material here under sphere collider. By the way, if it's not opened up for you, you can always press this triangle here in order to open a component up, because at one point you could have a game object which has 10 or 15 different components, and it's difficult to have a good look at all of them if you have them all opened up at the same time. So you can close them anytime, right? So the sphere collider now has this bounce material. Now let's check it out. Let's see if the ball is bouncing. Boom, and it's bouncing, but the problem is it's not bouncing high enough, and it just stopped bouncing. I want it to bounce all the time. Why doesn't it do that? Well, that has to do with this friction that we've seen. So we have the dynamic friction and we have the static friction, and what it says, it combines the friction. Well, it gets the average of the friction. So the ball itself can have a friction, and the ground can also have a friction, and it's the same for the bounce combined. So the bottom or the ground can have a bounce or a bounciness, and the sphere can have one as well. So I'm just gonna get rid of those. I'm gonna set them to 0. Now let's check it out again. And nothing has changed. So let's save that. By the way, you can always save your scene, and if you don't do that, then everything that you have changed within your game will be lost. So it's important that you not only save your project all the time or very often, but you also save your scene, because in the scene, everything that we have in the hierarchy here, that's what you have in your scene, or everything that you see in your scene, that's what you have in your scene. And if you don't save your scene, the stuff that you have in your project will still be there, but everything that you have set up within the scene is gonna be gone. And that's really important that you always save, or that you save quite often. So then the bounce combine, I'm gonna use maximum. So let's check it out again. And as you can see now, the ball is bouncing, and it's bouncing to the maximum. Let's check out the sphere. And as you can see, it's going up and up. It's going higher and higher all the time. So it's changing its height. As you can see here, we started with 2, and now the ball goes up to 3.5 at some point, and even 4 in a second. So it's going to bounce higher and higher and higher. So that's something that we can, of course, do with physics, but there are some things that can go wrong. That's why we're going to do it programmatically. So this is just for you to demonstrate that you can use physics materials for that, but as I said, we're going to do it programmatically. So we want the ball to bounce programmatically, and we want to move our helix and those kind of things. So that were the basics of physics, and we're going to use plenty of those functionalities in our game. So I wanted to share with you all of that before we go into building the level that we need. So I'm just gonna get rid of my cube that I had before. So I'm gonna select it here and press escape, or in my case it doesn't work as I'm using Macintosh, and I'm just gonna delete it. As you can see, it's gone now. Now this ball, it needs to jump on a helix platform. So let's create a helix, and in order to do so, we need to create a cylinder. So I'm gonna create a 3D object, and I'm gonna select cylinder here. As you can see, there's my cylinder, and I'm gonna position it at 0, 0, 0. So I want this cylinder to be at 0, 0, 0. So I reset the transform component. By the way, you also see the shadow here. So this ball produces a shadow, and it goes towards this cylinder that we have. Now let's change the cylinder size, because we need to change its size to, let's say, scale X is 2, scale Z is 2, so make it thicker, and let's make it a lot higher. So now it's going to be this huge cylinder, and that's pretty much the level size. So we start at the top and we need to go to the bottom. That's our goal in this game. And if you haven't played Helix Jump, then please go ahead and download the game, because then it will make much more sense to you what I'm doing here and why I'm doing things. And also can see it has a capsule collider. So my cylinder has this collider, and it has a little rounded edge here at the top. So this corner here at the top is not going to be physically impacted, but we're not using the physics of the cylinder anyways, except for, well, we don't want the ball to fall there, but the thing is, we're not going to change the ball's position in terms of its y in its x and z position. We're gonna only change the y position, so the ball will only fall. The only thing that's gonna move is our helix itself. All right, so let's change the name of the cylinder to helix, because it's going to be our helix, and let's also change its y position. So I'm just gonna change it to -15, and as you can see now, it's roughly at the point of the camera, so you can see the top of the camera. We of course will need to change the angle of the camera as well, but before we do so, there is something that we'll need, and that's going to be the different pieces around the helix. So let's get those. And in order to do so, we will need this Helix platform part Unity package that I have uploaded here. I'll provide it to you in the description, so you can simply download it from there. And I'm just gonna press on it. You'll find the link, so you can also, actually, let me give you the link. Share, create link. So this will be the link. You can also just copy it from the top here. I know it's a pretty long link name, but if you can't find it in the description, you can simply check it out here. So I'm just gonna go to the side, and I can now download this Unity package. And it's a 20 kilobyte file, so it's not that big. And as soon as I have that, I can go ahead and open it up. And I'm gonna open up Unity here, or bring it to the foreground. And then I'm gonna import a package. So import a custom package. And then I'm just gonna select the package that I've just downloaded. So there we are. This is the one that I'm just gonna select here and press open. All right, there we are. So we have a material, we have models, prefabs, and shaders. And all of those things are required or necessary in order to use them within our game. So if I go to my assets now, as you can see, it created several folders for me. You can create them manually as well, of course. You can go ahead and create and choose folder here and then create a new folder. But as you can see, it created several folders for me. So it created the materials folder where this Helix part material is in there, and it's just a color. So it's just yellow color, similar to the material that we have created. Then we have this model, that's the Helix part. So that's how the Helix looks like. And as you can see, it has the form of a tube. And then we have this prefab. A prefab is a prefabricated part that we can simply reuse in our project. So that's a pretty cool thing, because now I can go ahead and drag that prefab into my game, and I can reuse it as often as I want. And I need to find a good position for that prefab, because I want this to be one little part of my whole platform, right? So I'm gonna select the Helix, and I'm gonna create a new empty object. So create empty, what that does, it creates a game object for me, which has a transform, as you can see, but nothing else. So it only has a transform, and I'm gonna call that Helix top, because that's going to be my very first platform. We could also call it Helix platform top or something like that. And within that platform, I want to have my Helix part prefab. So I'm gonna drag it in there, and now I need to change its position to a good point. So I'm just gonna start at 0, 0, 0 for that Helix part, and as you can see, it's in there somewhere. But now I'm gonna change the rotation to Y0. The scale, I'm gonna set that to 3 for X, 3 for Y, and 1.5 for the Z coordinate. And as you can see, there we are. That's our platform, and maybe it doesn't have the right size. Let me go to the Helix top, because the thing is, I have upscaled it here, but I can anytime downscale it on the parent. So there is a relationship between GameObject. This Helix here is a GameObject, and it's the parent of this Helix top GameObject, which again is the parent of this Helix part prefab, which is in there. So if I change the scale of a parent, it changes the scale of the children object as well. So let me go to the Helix top, and I'm just gonna change that to 0.5 for the y, or actually 0.5. So 0.05, that's right. So the scale for the x position is gonna be 0.5 and 0.5 for the z position. And also I'm gonna change that to 0.9. So what that does, 0.9 means that within its parent, within the helix, it's going to be at the 0.9 position, which means that it's going to be almost at the top. So now we have our first part of our platform, as you can see here. And now we need to create 12 more parts which are around our helix. That's what we're gonna do now. And in order to do so, we need to change the Y rotation. So let's create several more prefabs. So I'm gonna create another helix part prefab. So actually it's not really a prefab that I'm creating, because as you can see here, I have this prefab, which is a prefabricate, and I'm creating copies of that in here. So they all are of this type, helix part prefab, but they are individual objects within our scene view, and which are within the helix top, which is within the helix. So that's what we have here. Now we can change its Y rotation. So I'm gonna go to -30, for example. And as you can see, it changed to -30. And now we have a little additional part in there. So now I'm gonna create another one, which is gonna have the Y rotation of -60. So as we are using 12 pieces, it's like a cake, right? We're using 12 pieces, and we have 360 degrees in total for a whole circle, and we're using 12, so 360 divided by 12 is 30 degrees, and that's why we need to change the value by 30% all the time. So I'm gonna go further, so let's create another one. And by the way, as you can see, it changes its Y position to 1.192 and so forth, E -0.6. What that means, it's a very, very small value, but we can of course go ahead and set it to 0, because it should actually be 0 for all our parts. So we want the Y position to be 0 within its helix top, so within its parent, right? Okay, so this piece here is our 4th piece, and I only see 3 here, so we can go ahead and add another angle change. So I'm going to change that to -90. Now I'm going to add another one, which is going to be at -120, and so forth. So as you can see, it changes. For some reason, Unity does have this little bug. I'm going to call it bug. Maybe it's not a bug, maybe it's intended, but I don't like that functionality because it changes the position of my element just a little bit, but that's already too much because we're using a ball here, and it could be a little edge which makes the ball move slightly differently. But well, we can prevent that by saying that the ball should only go down and up, never to the side, right? Okay, so that's just half of our cake. Let's create the other pieces as well. So this one will be at 30, then I'm gonna add, I'll set that to 0. Then the next one is gonna be at 60, and I'm gonna set the Y value to 0 as well, like this, and so forth. So as you can see, we're just setting up the platform. And the cool thing is now, as soon as we have one platform, we can rebuild that and make multiple different platforms. And another one at 0, and then here 1 and 50. And then finally our last platform is going to be at 180. So now as you can see, the little cake pieces come together and we have this big cake, and our helix is inside of it. And as you can see, if I press on the helix, now the helix top, so this platform here, is part of it. As you can see, it's also selected. So everything within the helix hierarchy is selected. And if I change the helix scale, for example, if I scale it up, the X value for this example, as you can see, our platform changes its X value as well. All right. So that's something that you have to take in mind or have to consider. Now that we have this helix top, we want to have this platform very many times. So we want to have it 12 or 15 or however many times. And we don't want to make or do that approach of copy and pasting all the time manually, because we want it to be built programmatically. And in order to do so, we need to create a prefab, because we need to create a prefabricate that we can reuse all the time, right? And that's what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna drag that from here, from the hierarchy, into my prefabs folder. And I'm gonna rename that, because that's not just gonna be a Helix top, it's going to be, I'm gonna rename that, it's going to be Helix level prefab, because it's one level. So I'm just gonna call this level. It's a platform, but I'm gonna call it a level, okay? Now, if we look at it, we need to change the ball position now as well. And also we could change the name of the sphere. We could call it ball, because that's what it is, right? It's a ball and it should bounce on top of this little platform. But now the ball is super big. It's too big for the platform. So it should be a little smaller. So let's change the ball size. Let's scale it down a notch to 0.3, 0.3, and 0.3. As you can see now, it has this size which just about fits. All right, so now it should be good to go. We can change the position of Z to 0.5, minus 0.5 pretty much. So minus 0.5 is the point where we actually see it, I'd say roughly at the center of the platform. You can of course go ahead and change the position as you please, but minus 0.5 should be fine. Minus 1.5 should be fine. As the Y position, I'm going to set it to 4, but it will change anyways. We want the ball to move later on. All right, now while we're at it, we can also change the camera, because currently the camera is at this weird angle. I want it to be at a different angle. So I want this camera to be at the Y position of 7. Now it's looking towards the ball, and the Z position of minus 6.5. And those are just values that I have tested. So it's not something that you should come up straight away with, but you can just drag around the camera within your scene view and look at how this looks within your game. So you can play around with it and say, okay, that's a good value or whatever. But I'm just going to use minus 6.5. And now I'm going to change the rotation. So I want to have a different angle onto the game. So I'm going to change the rotation of my camera, and therefore I need to change this red angle, as you can see, and that changes the X rotation, and I'm just gonna set it to 30. So as you can see, now we have this up view or this down view pretty much. So we're looking down, we are from the top, we're looking down towards this platform and the ball, and that's a little better than what we had before, right? All right, so that's our basic setup of our Helix. And now we need to go ahead and add functionality to the ball so that it jumps. So we want the ball to jump around. And in order to do so, we of course going to go ahead and use the functionality that we've seen with the materials, but we're gonna do it programmatically. All right, so by now you have seen that you can do many things with Unity without writing a single line of code. And you can do a lot more with Unity than just what we've done. You can build whole games with Unity without writing a single line of code. So there are tools in Unity which allow you to do that. But if you want to build games that are different from what the basic functionality is of those tools, then you will need to develop yourself, or you need to write the code. And I personally like the writing. I like to write some code. I think it's more flexible in a way, and if you know what you're doing, it's also faster. But if you don't know, then of course using those other tools can be super efficient and very great. So that's not what this tutorial is about. This video is really about how to build it with code. So you're gonna learn how to use code, and that's what we're gonna do next. So we're gonna get into code, and we're gonna use several lines of code in order to check out how the ball moves. Then we're gonna add other lines of code which will check out, or which will take care of losing, so which will take care of going to the game over screen or resetting the level. Also, we need to have a score and so forth, and those are the kind of things that we're going to develop with C# and code. So I hope you're ready. Let's get started and let's dive into C#. Alrighty, so let's get into it. Let's start developing and writing some C# code. And in order to add code to a tool, to a game object, in this case to our ball, because what I want to have is I want this ball to only go up and down and to only bounce in a specific way. And later on, I also want to add a functionality where the ball goes faster as soon as we go through multiple different empty spots. So if we are very good at the game, then the ball should go faster. So it's a little more difficult to go ahead and get more points, right? So what we're going to use for that is a script, and that's what Unity allows us to do. So it allows us to add scripts to any object, and you can go ahead and create a game object script just here. So you can add a component and go to scripts, and specifically new script, and give this script a name. And as you can see, it says new behavior script. And that's generally the idea behind scripts. At least most of the time, they are there in order to add a behavior. Because if we add a script to, for example, a ball, we want to change the behavior of that ball. And the script name is going to be ball controller. So I'm going to call it ball controller. And I'm gonna create and add. I pressed enter, so this created the script component here. As you can see, now we have this new component called ball controller. And if I double click on it, then it will open up Visual Studio or whatever tool you have set up as your editing tool or programming tool. And as you also can see, within my assets, it created this ball controller file, which is ballcontroller.cs, which is a C# file. Now Visual Studio has opened up in my case, and it's still loading, so it will take a little while. But while we're at it, we can also clean up our assets folder already. So let's create a new folder, and let's call that folder scripts. And let's drag that ball controller in there, because I want all my scripts to be in one place, and it's going to be within the scripts folder. All right, so now let's go ahead and check out Visual Studio. We have this ball controller now, and this ball controller already has 16 lines of code, which we haven't written ourselves. They were just there. So there's this using system collections generic, and this using Unity engine. And as you can see, both first lines, they are grayed out because we're not using any functionality of those namespaces, and that's what they are. So whenever you say using something, then we say we want to use a specific namespace or a specific functionality which is within this namespace. So in our case, we have Unity engine, which is required in order to use mono behavior. So we have this class, which is called ball controller, and it inherits from mono behavior. What that means, it has specific functionality, or it contains or it uses the functionality of mono behavior. And in this case, it's just the start and update method. So the start method is used for initialization. So whenever the object that contains this script, so in our case, the ball, whenever the ball comes into the game, it will call this start method once, only once. And in here we could say, okay, change the color or whatever we want, set the score to 0 and so forth. That's not something that we would do in the ball controller, but that's something that we could do in the ball controller. And that's also generally something that we can do in the start method. So whenever we start the game, if we want to set something up, we do that in the start method. But again, we're talking about the ball controller here. So in here, I only want to have functionality which is specifically something about the ball. So I don't want to have anything that has to do with the score or whatever in here. Then there's this update method, and it is called once per frame, which means every single frame, this method will execute code. And the code that it will execute is the one that we have within the curly brackets. So those are the two general methods that you get whenever you create a new script within Unity. So this is generally how it's done. And this is called a method, as well as this one. And the whole thing here is called a class. Now, as I said earlier on, you need to know some programming in order to understand what I'm telling here, because otherwise it will be a little bit tough. So as I said, this is a method, and methods are something that you can call or that are called from the system. In this case, they are called from the system when the ball controller comes into the game, and this one whenever a new frame is generated. So for now, the only thing that I want to do in here is to do something whenever the ball collides with something. So in our case, whenever the ball collides with the platform, then I want to execute some code. And in order to execute code when a collision is detected, we can use a method called onCollisionEnter. So I'm gonna use onCollisionEnter. As you can see, if I enter onColl, it provides me with this method. And it says onCollisionEnter is called when this collider rigid body has begun touching another rigid body / collider. So that means, let's check it out. Let's go back to Unity real quick. That means that if the ball, so the rigid body of the ball or the sphere collider of the ball, so it says both, either or, if either or is colliding with something else. So that means that if this green little edge that you see around it, or this green piece around it, is touching another object that also has a collider, and in this case, this Helix part prefab. And this Helix part prefab has a mesh collider. So it's also a collider. So whenever the ball hits that collider, then our method will be called. So then this onCollisionEnter method will be called, and the code that is within the curly brackets will be executed. And that's something that we can easily find out. So we can just write onto the log and say ball touched something. All right, so I'm just gonna say ball touched something, and I'm gonna save that script for now. So Control S or Command S, depending on which system you're using, in order to save that script. So now whenever our ball is gonna touch this component here, then we should see something on the console. So let's check it out. Let's see if it's true. And we see ball touched something is printed onto the console. So why is that? That's something that I haven't explained yet. So we have this thing called console, and it allows us to track whatever our objects do with code. So I'm creating this little piece of code. It says debug.log. So there is something, a class called debug. And this class has a method or a functionality which is called log, which writes onto our console. So this little method says whatever we write in here within quotation marks is going to be displayed onto the console whenever this code is executed. And in our case, it's executed whenever there is onCollisionEnter called. So whenever this method is called, and as I said, it's called whenever there is a collision between our ball and another rigid body or another collider. And in this case, it's a collider that is there. So we have this mesh collider, and our ball hits this mesh collider. So now this ball touched something is called. All right, so that's cool. Our ball is jumping, and let me check that out. By the way, we have this bounce material in here. I don't want to have that anymore. So I'm gonna delete that. Click on the material and just press the delete button, or just get rid of it. All right, delete that. You can also press here and then select none. So what that will do is it will say there is no physical material or physical material in there. All right, that's exactly what I wanted, because what I want to have is I want to execute my own code whenever there is a collision there. And what I need for that is something called a Boolean, and I'm gonna create a little Boolean, public bool, or actually it's a private bool, ignore next collision. What that will do is it will allow me to make sure that if our ball is hitting two things at the same time, then it will not create an error. I'm just going to create this bool now, and I will show you later what the problem can be. All right, now the next thing is I want to change the rigid body. So I want to change the physics behavior of that ball whenever it touches something. So I need the rigid body for that. And in order to get the rigid body, I'm just gonna say public rigid body, and I'm gonna call it RB. RB short for rigid body. So this is going to be the rigid body of our ball, and I want the rigid body to do the following. So a rigid body has specific methods. As you can see, if I create an object of a rigid body, it has multiple different methods that I can call. And as you can see, there are many of them. And the one that we want to use is the one called add force. So I want to add some force to it. But before I add force to it, I want to set its speed to 0. So I'm gonna say rb.velocity. So there is this property called velocity, which is the velocity vector of that rigid body, which pretty much means the speed of our rigid body, and in this case of the ball. So we say set the speed of the ball to vector3.0. What that does is it just sets its speed to 0, so it won't move at that point in time. But then I want to add some force to it. So I want to push the ball towards the top. And that's what we're going to do in here. So just say within add force, I'm going to add a vector3, and I'm going to say vector3.up. So shorthand for writing vector 0, 1, 0, which pretty much means just change the vector towards the y position 1, which pretty much means go up. All right. So the ball should go up, but then there are multiple overloads for this method add force. So that's one where you just say, okay, add the force to go up. But the one that I want to use is I also want to change the impulse type. So here, well, it doesn't provide me with the other options, but I'm just going to say comma, and I'm going to add the force mode. And as you can see now, it provides it. Now it says force mode, or it can be float X, Y, Z, and so forth. But the one that I want to use is the force mode one. So a method can have multiple overloads. And in this case, the add force method has 4 different overloads. And the one that I want to use is going to be force mode dot impulse. So add an instant force impulse to that rigid body using its mass. So what it just does, it pushes it up. All right. So that's what those two methods, those two lines do. This line sets the speed to 0, or its velocity, and that one pushes it towards top, or pushes it up with a specific speed. All right. So that's what I want to happen whenever there is a collision. So I'm gonna save that script again. Make sure you save it. You can go here and press save, or in my case, it's Mac key S, and I'm gonna go back to Unity. And now let's check it out again. Let's see how our ball is moving. And there is a null point of exception. And if you are very careful, then you might understand why that is. And if not, that's no problem. So we're trying to access something that is not there. So that's why we get this null reference exception. And I apologize for it being maybe a little bit difficult to see. And by the way, while we're at it, let's change that setting, because I want to give you a little hint on how you, or a little advice on how you can help yourself out. So there is, under Unity Preferences, there is this tab called Colors, and you can change the general play mode tint. And that's what I have added here. So I have added this green tint because what I want is, I want to know that I am in play mode. So I'm gonna make it a little lighter. Actually, I'm gonna change the alpha a little bit. So I'm just gonna have this little green color. This is gonna indicate, hey, I'm in play mode. And why do I do that? Why is that useful? That's because when I am in play mode and I change anything, any setting within my scene, it's going to be lost as soon as I stop playing. So that means if let's just do that real quick. By the way, yeah, let's get rid of this error in a second. But let's just start the game. As you can see, I get this little tint here. And I get this error, so I have this error, it's not gonna go away. But if I now move the ball, let's move it over here. Now it's falling, and I stop playing the game. As you can see, the ball is back to its initial position. And that has to do with the changes done within play mode, or while playing, are gone after you stop playing. Okay. All right, now let's get rid of this error because it's pretty annoying, right? Errors are annoying and we want to fix them. And that has to do with our script. As you can see here on the right-hand side, our ball script has this RB. Now suddenly there's an RB. There was no RB before. And that RB is something that we have created ourselves. So if we go back to our code real quick, we can see there is this thing called public rigid body RB. That's what we have created, and it's public. And if we do, or if we make something public within a script, then it is openly available in our Unity editor. So now we can see this public RB here. Let me show you another example real quick. So if let's say I would like to change the speed of my ball, then I would call this variable speed. So this here is a variable. It's of type float, which means it's a number. So I have this speed here, and if I save that script now, and if I give it a little while here, so several seconds, then my ball controller will have this speed here. So now there is this additional variable speed, and I can access and change it from the Unity editor. And that's what you can generally do with public variables in Unity, and that's a pretty cool thing. But we won't need that speed here. We will need speed somewhere else maybe, but for now we won't need it here. But what we need is a rigid body, because as you can see, if I double click the RB, I see that it is used. And currently I have not set it anywhere, so it's empty. And if I try to access something that's empty, which is null, the term for empty in programming is called null, is a problem, because if we do that, we get an error. And that's what we do here. So we have non-rigid body, and the rigid body that our ball controller should use is the rigid body of the ball itself. So I'm just going to drag the rigid body in here. So now let's check it out again. Now we should see that our ball is jumping. And as you can see, there is our ball, and the ball is jumping. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. So now the ball is jumping with a specific speed or a specific impulse force. Now we could of course change the impulse force anytime, and that's something that I want to do. So I'm just gonna create a public variable, and you have just seen how to do that, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and use public, and it's going to be a float. So whenever you're using physics, it's usually a float that you're using. Floats are comma values, or in English it's not comma, it's a dot, right? So it's something like, I'm gonna call it impulse force, by the way, impulse force, and I'm gonna set that to 5F. The F is required because we're using a float here, otherwise I could just say 5, but that creates an error. Well, in this case it doesn't, but in other programming languages it usually does. So I'm just gonna say 5F. So that now I want to multiply the impulse force with the force that my ball goes up. So I'm just gonna say multiply with impulse force. So why did I create a variable for that? Why didn't I just say multiply with 5 here at the bottom? Well, because now what I can do is I can adjust the impulse force anytime in the ball controller. So let's give it a little bit of time that it will understand. Actually, let's save the script so it will understand. So Control S in here, or Command S to save it. And now after a little while, impulse force will be visible here. And let me start real quick and stop it. As you can see, now it's there. In case it's not possible for you or not available for you, just start the game and end it. And as you can see, now we have this impulse force here, and I can change it from here. And that's cool, a cool thing, because now let's start the game. And as you can see, the ball is jumping. Woo! It's jumping super high. Why is that? Well, that's because there are two pieces here at the same, or there are two platforms just next to each other. So we have this very strong, powerful jump, and I could change it. I could change it to, let's say 3. Now you can see it's not jumping as high anymore, but there is one more error that I have. So I'm gonna set it back to 5, by the way, and let me move the ball a little bit. And now let's run it again. As you can see, now the ball is not jumping as high anymore. And why is that? That has to do with two pieces being just next to each other. If we click on it, and our ball before was just at that point where the two pieces collide with each other. So what the ball had, it was a collision with two objects at the same time. That's why this on collision enter was called twice at the same time, and that's why the ball was jumping so high. And that's what I have created this boolean for, which is called ignore next collision. So that's generally an approach that you can use for that. By the way, I'm just gonna set the X position back to 0 because I want the ball to be there. But that's the error that I was talking about earlier on, and now let's fix that error by doing the following. So I have this thing called ignore next collision, and I'm just gonna say if ignore next collision is true, then please go ahead and return. What that will do is it will simply say, okay, don't execute any other code within this on collision enter, just exit this method call. Now, the next thing that I need to do is, of course, to set that value to true at one point because it's not true here, right? But what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna create a little extra method, and I'm gonna make it private because nobody else needs to use that. Only this ball controller needs to use it. That's why I make it private, and I make it void because it's not going to return anything. It's just gonna execute some code. And I'm gonna call that allow collision. What that method will do, it will simply allow to collide. So I'm gonna just say ignore next collision is false. So what that will do is whenever allow collision is set to false or is called, then ignore next collision is going to be set to false, which means that this code will not be or return will not be executed, and our whole code will be executed. So that means that our ball will jump up. But if it is true, so if ignore next collision is true, then we want the ball not to go that high up. We only want the ball to go up high as one collision would generally do, right? So we need to set ignore next collision to true at one point. And I'm gonna do that just here. Ignore next collision is true. And also I'm gonna call the invoke method. Invokes the method name in time seconds. What that will do is it will start a separate method, or it will call a separate method after a period of time. So I'm just gonna say, please call the method allow collision. And here it's super important that the name is exactly as it's written here. So you can just copy and paste it in there. It's super important because otherwise you'll not call this allow collision method. So I'm just gonna say call that after 0.2 seconds. So after 200 milliseconds, this allow collision will be called, which means that what we currently are doing is we say, okay, whenever we collide with something, so whenever the ball collides with something, we check is ignore next collision true, and at the beginning it's not true. So this will not be executed. This return will not be executed. So that means that this code will be executed. And so we push the ball towards the top after we set the speed to 0. And then we say, okay, ignore next collision now should please be set to true. And after 200 milliseconds, it should be set back to false. So what we do here is we just say, okay, there should not be two collision enter methods or two forces that push them up in a short period of time. So after 200 milliseconds, it's allowed to push them up again, but not before that. Okay, so that's what this code does. So let's save that script and see if the error still occurs, because we had this little problem as I showed you earlier. And now, as you can see, the ball only jumps up the specific height that we have set up. So the impulse force that we have set up. So now it's a lot more predictable how the ball will move. By the way, there's one thing that I want to change. So the ball could rotate. If, for example, let's say I want to, let me find the prefab here. So this little prefab, let's say I push it down. Now the ball is at the edge and it's still fine. Let me move the other object, this one here, let me move it a little to the side. And as you can see, the ball has this weirdish behavior. So it's slightly moving towards the different angle, and it's even rotating. We can't see it right here, but it's actually rotating. And in order to stop rotation, we can just freeze the rotation. So there is this thing in the rigid body of the ball. So click the ball, then go into inspector and find under rigid body this thing called constraints. So this little tab here, and in constraints you can freeze the rotation. So I don't want the ball to rotate, and I don't want to change its position, because as you saw earlier, it was moving towards left and right. I don't want that to happen. The only thing that should move is actually, or towards left and right, is our helix. So I'm gonna freeze the X and Z position, so only the Y position of the ball is gonna be free. So it's only gonna go up and down, and that's what we have set up here. So let me save the scene real quick, and we don't see much change or many changes here, but even if I tried to move the ball with force now, so let me move that object here, let me go to the side and let me try to move it to the side. As you can see, it's ignoring me pushing it to the side. It only goes up and down. And that's what we have just set up. All right, so now that the ball moves accordingly, we need to check something out, because I have this Helix level prefab and I'm just gonna rename it. I'm just gonna call it Helix Top. So that's the first one, and I'm just gonna copy Helix Top and paste it in. So I duplicated Helix Top, and now I want to change its position. So the second one, I want to change the position of the second platform. All right, so now my ball can move up and down. And what I want to show you is if I get rid of this prefab, so let me deactivate it. I'm not gonna delete it, I'm just gonna deactivate it. So press this Helix part prefab and then press this checkbox here at the top right. As you can see now it's deactivated, which means it's not within the game itself. So it's still in our hierarchy, but it's not really in the game. And I'm gonna do the same thing with this other platform, and actually it's giving me the whole thing. Now I'm gonna press it again, and as you can see now I can deactivate it. So now let's start it up again, and as you can see now my ball falls down, but my camera is not moving along. And what I want to happen is I want the camera to follow my ball, because if let's say I get rid of this one, so I'm gonna deactivate that one again, and that one as well. So now my ball just falls off, and I want my ball to be followed by the camera. And in order to do so, I need to have a camera controller. So similar to the ball controller that we have done or created here, we need to create a controller on our camera so that our camera follows the ball. And I'm gonna do it the following way. I'm just gonna create a new script in here, and I'm gonna call that one camera controller. So create an add. Now let's open up that camera controller, and this camera controller needs two things. One is a thing to follow, so someone to follow, and I'm just gonna say follow the ball controller. I'm gonna set the ball controller as the target. And now within the start method, and actually I don't want to use the start method, I'm gonna use the awake method. The awake method is called just a little earlier than the start method. So as soon as the object awakes, that's when I want this to be called. So I'm just gonna say, okay, as soon as the camera controller awakes, I want this to be called. So there are those three methods, or actually those four. So there is the start method, the wake method, the update, and the fixed update. Fixed update is called a fixed amount of times per second. The update method is called once per frame. The wake method is called just at the beginning, and the start method just a little after that. All right, so I'm gonna use the awake method in here. And what I want to also have is an offset, because I want to have a little offset between the position of the camera and the position of the ball. And that's something that I'm gonna create as a private float variable, which I'm gonna call offset. Now on the awake moment, I want to set offset. So as soon as the object awakes, I want to change the transform position Y, which pretty much means this thing here, this transform position Y. I want to set it to target, well, the offset should be the position Y of the camera itself and the position Y of the target, which in our case is the ball. So there should be a little offset between the camera and the ball, and that's what we have here. So a little distance between them. Now within the update method, I want to calculate a vector, which is the current position, and that's the transform position. So that's how I get the current position as a 3D vector, so the x, y, and z values. And now I need the y value of the current position, and I want to set that. I want to set that to target.transform.position.y. So of our ball, I want to have the y position, and now I just want to add the offset. So please go ahead and give me this offset. So always maintain the distance to the ball. That's what we're saying with this current position y. And then transform.position is equal to current position. So we get the position of the camera here. Then we say, okay, set the position y of our camera to the new value, which is the position of the target plus the offset. So we always maintain the angle. That's why we have this offset here. And then please go ahead and set the position of the camera to the current position. And that's simply what we're doing here. So let's save that camera controller. And now let's check it out in here. So we have this camera controller, and now it needs a target. So it needs the controller or the ball controller script. So there we are, target, non-ball controller. So what we need to do is we need to set the ball as its target. We can either do that by pressing the little button here and choosing ball, or we could have dragged the ball in there as well. So these are the two methods. So let me check it out, or let me start that. And as you can see, now our camera constantly follows the ball. Now if I get rid of those two again, let me deactivate the two pieces here. As you can see, now we're flying with the ball, and now we're in the middle of nowhere. Now we wouldn't even notice that we're still falling. But as you can see, now our ball is following the camera. So what is the next thing we want to do? I'd say the next cool thing we want to do is to add the functionality so that we can drag our helix left and right. All right, so by now we have built already quite some functionality. You have seen how to use Unity and those kind of things, but there is one thing that I wanted to talk to you about that's generally the approach that I would use. So you have this game, right? You have this game idea, or you have already this game that you download from the App Store and you want to create a clone. You want to pretty much develop the same game, maybe add some features, those kind of things. And how do you go about? How do you approach that development? And I would always say start with the basic features. Start with the very, very fundamentals of that game. And in this case, the fundamentals are we have a bouncing ball. Then the fundamentals are we can move around the helix. We have a platform that is moving with the helix and those kind of things. So one step at a time. Of course, we also have this functionality where we can destroy platforms. We have this functionality where we can add points to the game, where we have the score, where we have multiple levels, where we can create the stage. And those are things that we are going to add to the game shortly. But the most important things are, of course, those moving parts. You want to have the ball moving. You want to move around the helix. And that's what we're going to add in the next section. So we're going to add the helix very soon, moving of the helix. But generally, if you approach it, just start with the basics. Start with the very generic features and then add the more complex ones or add the next ones afterwards. And how you can, of course, do that is you can create all the game objects and then go ahead step by step. But that's, if you create everything already, then it can be a little overwhelming to develop. So I like to add one piece after another. Of course, if you create a script and you know, okay, within that script, I'm going to do 5 things, or the ball needs to do 5 different things. So you can prepare everything by creating the method names already. So just create the basic method without any content, so without any method body. you can do that. So you can create those 5 empty methods, and then you know, okay, I need to implement that method. I need to implement that method, and so forth. That can be quite useful because then you already have the structure, and then you just need to fill it up. And you fill it up one by one, so one step at a time. All right, that's just a little bit that I wanted to talk to you about regarding the approach, how I would do it and how I would take it. And now let's get back to the game because there's plenty of stuff to add. And as you can see, we are already over an hour in and we still haven't added the moving of the helix, but that's what we're gonna do now. So get ready and get hyped. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and add the functionality to the helix so that we can move it around. And I'm just gonna press the helix and I'm gonna add a component, which is going to be a new script, and I'm gonna call that Helix Controller, because this script is gonna control the behavior of my helix. And let's open that Helix Controller up. As you can see, we have the start and update method already in here. And what I'm going to need is the last tap position. So I need to know where the screen was tapped the last time. So I'm going to create a private vector2. Now we're using a vector2. Why is that? Because the screen is only a 2D screen. We don't have 3D screens yet in terms of touch 3D. Well, we do have the 3D touch, but it's not the same thing, right? So we need to know where we tapped the screen. And I'm going to call that last tap position, or last tap pose, standing for last tap position. Then I need to know the start rotation. So I'm going to create a private vector3 this time because the rotation angle has an X, Y, and Z coordinate. So I'm going to call this one start rotation. And within my awake method, so I'm not going to use the start method, I'm going to use the awake method, which is just a little earlier. I will set the start rotation to transform.local Euler angles. So the rotation as Euler angles in degrees relative to the parent transform's rotation. So what that will give us is just simply the rotation in terms of a 3D vector. So the angles of our object in form of a 3D vector. Next, I want to have the touch screen. So I want to use the touch screen. And in order to do so, I use an if statement in here. So I'm going to say if input dot get mouse button 0. What that does is, well, it will use the mouse button 0, which is the left click or left mouse button, but it will also work with touch. So that's a cool thing. It doesn't only work with mouse, but it also works with touch. So whenever that's the case, so whenever somebody touches the screen, I want to do something. And what is it that I want to do? Well, I want to create a vector2 current tap pose, so current tap position, and that's going to be the input dot mouse position, which pretty much means that's the point where we touched the screen. All right, so that's what we have here. And next, I want to check if the last tap position is equal to vector2.0. And if that's not the case, or actually if it is the case, then I want last tap position to set to current tap position. So this just means if the last tap position was empty or was at the 0 position, then I want to say, okay, wherever we touched just now is going to be the last tap position. And then I can calculate the delta. So the difference between the last tap position X value and the current tap position X value. So that will give me the delta, so the distance, so the difference between the two positions. And at that point, I will set the last tap position to be the current tap position. So that means that in the next iteration, so in the next frame, the last tap position will be the position where I touched the screen just now. So what that pretty much does is it will follow along wherever our mouse is and wherever our mouse touched, or wherever our finger touched the screen or tapped the screen. So that's why we need that functionality. And now what we can do is we can transform we can rotate the transform of our helix. So whatever object has this helix controller will be rotated when we touch the screen. And by how much do we want to move it? Well, we say vector 3 up. So rotated up multiplied with the delta. So based on how far we moved the helix or the screen, pretty much how much we moved our finger on the screen or our mouse on the screen, that's how much we want to rotate our helix. Now there is one more if statement that we need within this update method, and that is if input get mouse button up returns true during the frame the user releases the given mouse button. So that means as soon as we release the mouse button or as soon as we get off with our finger. So as soon as we don't touch the screen anymore with our finger, that's going to be the point where this input get mouse button up, and for the mouse button 0, which is our left mouse button, as soon as that is true, then I want to set the last tab position to be vector 2.0. Okay, so we reset it pretty much. And that's going to be the same thing. Well, that's what we ask here is last tab position vector 0. Then we set it accordingly. Okay, so that's generally the approach that you can use in order to move something's rotation if the mouse button is clicked. And you can even copy that code for other projects if you want. All right, so now let's save that script and let's check it out. So let's go back to our game and let's see, we have the helix controller here, that's fine. And now let's see if we can already drag around our helix. So there we are. As you can see now, I can drag left and right. And that's what we have just added. So that's the script for the helix and for moving the helix. All right, so now that we can move the helix, we can pretty much build the game already. Of course, for now, we will only have very predefined and limited platforms, but we will do so, well, we will develop a approach that will create pretty much random platforms for us that we can still modify in a way. So let's add the feature where we can count score and where we can restart the level, go to the next level, and so forth. And for that, we need a game manager. So usually you would have something called a game manager, and let's create a game manager, then you will see what it does. So I'm going to create a new empty object with a right click, create empty, and I'm going to rename it to game manager. So that game manager, I'm going to reset its position to 0, 0, 0. And now let's add a component to it, a new script, and I'm going to call that game manager. And it's important that you call it exactly that. So call it game manager, and let's create an add. Now let's go to our assets, and there you will see that we have multiple different objects here already: Helix controller, game controller, and the game manager. And those are scripts. So let me add those to the scripts folder because that's where they are supposed to be. Let's go back to our scripts folder, and there we have all our scripts. Now let's open up the game manager and let's check it out. By the way, you see that it has this different icon here. It's not this C# icon, but it's this tool icon. So let's create some code in here, because this game manager is going to take care of score, it's going to take care of levels, and so forth. And it's going to move us from one scene, or it can move us from one scene to another scene. And whenever you do something like that, so whenever you want to go from one scene to another scene, but you want to maintain the life of that object, so for example, the game manager should survive moving from one scene to another, then you need to create something called a singleton. So an object that is only available once within the whole project, but is gonna survive. So in my case, it's complaining here. C# is not very happy. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna close the game manager and I'm gonna rebuild it. So delete and create a new C# script, and I'm going to call it Game Manager. Let me enter. As you can see, now it's there, and I'm going to drag that to the Game Manager. As you can see, if I delete it, then it's not so happy. I can drag it in there. Actually, let me remove the Game Manager we had before. I'm going to drag it back in. I'm just showing you that because maybe you have this error as well, and it's easier to show you how to solve it. Also, we have this little warning: the private field Helix controller start rotation is assigned, but its value is never used, that we had before. So let's go to the Helix controller. Let's check it out. So we have the start rotation, and it says it's never used. Well, it's not true. It is used. We're using it within the awake method. Well, anyways, we will use it later on. We will need it later on because if we start a new level, we want to start with the general start rotation of our Helix controller. All right, so let's go back and let's check out the Game Manager, because in here I want to have multiple different methods. And as you see, now the error disappeared. So for some reason I had this error, now it's gone. And if you have this, you can try the same approach that I had there. All right, so within the Game Manager, what do I need? Well, I need to have a best score, so a high score. I'm just gonna call it best, which is an integer, and I need a public int, which I'm gonna call score, so that's going to be the current score. Also, later on we'll need something called current stage, because we want to move from one stage to another. So you could say level, right? You can move from one level or one stage to another, and we need to store the current stage somewhere. And I'm going to set that to 0 at the beginning. We will create stages later on. As I said, we will create them within the Helix controller, but for now, we're just going to create this little variable here. And then I'm going to create something, as I said, which is called a singleton. So I call it public static game manager singleton. So I'm creating an object of the game manager itself, and I'm going to call it singleton. I could have called it game manager, of course, as well, but I'm calling it singleton because that's what it is. So this object of game manager is only available once in our whole project. So there should be only one instance of game manager, and that's what I'm doing here. And in order to make sure that it's really only one, so I'm gonna change the name to awake of my start method, and I'm gonna check if singleton is 0 or null. If it's empty, then please go ahead and set the singleton to this. What that does is it says if there was no singleton whenever this game manager was created, whenever the awake method was called, if there was no singleton, then please say that this instance of our game manager is the singleton. So we just say, okay, this instance of the game manager is the singleton. And then else if the singleton is not this, then destroy GameObject. So what do we do here? We say, okay, if the singleton was not empty, then we are in the case where it could be that the singleton is not this instance of the game manager, which means there is already an object of our game manager or an instance of our game manager, and I want to delete the current game object, which is the new instance of game manager. So let's say I had one instance of the game manager. So the game starts. At the game start, we create one singleton, or we assign the singleton. We create one instance of game manager, and then we move over to a new scene. So we go over to a different scene. We're still in the runtime of the game, and our game calls this awake method once again for the game manager, because we have the game manager in that other scene as well. So it calls the awake method, but there is a singleton already, and it's trying to create a new object of the game manager. And if it's not the one that was there already, then we're good. So if there was no singleton before, then it's good. But if there was an instance of the game manager already, then destroy the newly created game object, so the newly created instance of the game manager, so that we only have one. So that's pretty much the code that we need for the game manager, that there is only going to be one game manager at a time. Now in here, we won't need the update method, so I can simply get rid of it. But what we will need is a method called next level. And I'm gonna make it public because I want to be able to call this method outside of this class. So that means I want to call it from, let's say, the ball controller or from the Helix controller or whatever. So there will be one that is going to be next level. So it's going to give us the next level. Then the one that's going to be called restart level. This one is just going to restart the current level. So the current stage. And then there is one called add score, which will simply add a score to it. So the amount of points that we want to add to the player's score will be handed over here, score to add. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna add score to add to our score. So however we hand over to this method add score when we call it, however many we add or want to add, let's say we want to add 2 points, then we would hand over 2, and that will increase the score by 2. And then if we have the case that the score is higher than the best score, then we have a new record. So we want to set best to score. And now it's not allowing me to do that. Now it's fine. So that is not going to last long. So this is just going to be very basic, and it's just going to say, okay, we add 1 to the score and that's it. And we're not going to be at the point where we actually store the value. So we'll need to store score or high score / best and player prefs. And that's what we're going to do later on. Okay. So I'm going to save the game manager as it is right now. We are adding some other stuff later on, or we're going to add some other stuff later on. But for now, we're good. The game manager is fine. We will use the add score, however. So I want to add score. For now, I'm just going to say whenever the ball touches something, I want to add the score. And in order to test that, I'm just going to debug. Actually, let's do that in the ball controller. So let's go to the ball controller. And for now, just to test whether the game manager works. So I'm going to save the game manager and go to the ball controller. And in here, I'm just going to say whenever the ball touches something, in this case, just the ground, I'm going to add 1 point. And later on, we will, of course, need to change that. So I need to create an object of the game manager in here. So in here, I'm going to add 1 point each time that we collide. So I'm just going to say game manager. As you can see now, I can just access the game manager. I can access the singleton, and I can call its method add score. I'm just going to add 1 to the score, and I'm going to display. So debug.log, and I'm going to display game manager dot singleton dot score. Okay. So now let's just test that. Each time that the ball touches something, it's going to add 1 to the score, and we're going to display that onto the screen. And by the way, if we had another debug like touched something, I'm just going to get rid of that by commenting it out. And in order to comment, I am using / here. So let me save that once again. And now let's run the code. And let's check out the console as well while we run it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and so forth. So you see our score system already works. So we can add points to the player. Now what we should add is, for example, a display where we can see how many points we have. Then we could also add something where we add the score not just when the player touches anything, but when he actually goes through this piece here, through this empty piece. But that's something that we will add later on. I'd say let's add the UI now. because we don't have a user interface yet. So let's just add that. And in order to add a UI, you can simply go to your hierarchy, press right click, and then go to UI. And here you can choose different UI objects. For example, a text, an image, a button, those kind of things. And I'm just going to use text for now. And that one will be the score text, or maybe I'm going to call it text score, depending on how you prefer. I'm just going to use text at the beginning because now I know that it's actually a text. And I'm going to change its values because for now you don't see the text actually, except for here at the bottom you see new text. So it's not looking very good, but I'm just going to add a value of 15. It could be any value. And I'm going to change the font size to 100 here. And you can see it's gone. So the UI element is gone, and that has to do with its height. So the font size is bigger than the height, that's why it's disappearing. But if you change the height to, let's say 150, suddenly the score appears again. Now you can of course change the position of that, and if you want to do that in your scene, as you can see here, now you can move it a little bit here. And as you can see, it's moving on the game as well. So it's like an additional layer. So this canvas is an additional big layer which will be displayed onto our game. But if you scroll in, you can see that the game is actually super small in comparison to this huge layer. All right, but that should be the score. So we have the score at the top here, and I'm gonna set that to 0 for now, and I'm gonna position it or align it to the center. Also, we can change the color because now it's black, and I personally would prefer a white. So I'm gonna go to white. And then there's something that I would like to change in the main camera, because currently what we have is the background is this blue there, but it's actually not looking that good. So we have this sky box, and I'm gonna use a solid color. So now I can use any solid color. I could use a yellowish solid color in the background or some kind of gray. You can change the color that you want to have in the background anytime. All right, so now we have the ball, we have the helix, we have the score, which is this 0. Now, if we play the game, then the helix itself will change. So maybe it will go up. So the 0 will always be on top of the helix. So maybe we should change the color. Therefore, I create a new material, and I can go to materials and create material, and I'm gonna change that to helix material. So that will be the color of the helix, and let me just I'm gonna use a bluish color, and I'm gonna drag that into my helix. So now you can see I have this ugly blue and this yellow, and the colors, they are not very pretty, but you can change that anytime. I'm just using very distinct colors so you can see it a little better. Now we have this score at the top, text score, and I'm gonna use another one, which I'm gonna call text best. And this text best will be the high score, and it should be just below. And I'm gonna make it a little smaller, something like 70. And it should say something like best, colon, and then the value. And now you see it's not wide enough to display that. So let's make it a little wider. Let's say 500, maybe it's too much. 400, yeah, 400 should be good. And now we do the same thing with our text score. Let's make it a little wider as well. So 400 width. All right. And they're overlapping a little bit. We can change that, as you can see. Let's do that like that. Maybe the best should be also a little lower, or not, a little less high. Same to the text score. I set it to 150. So as you can see, I'm just playing around with values here just to see what looks good. And 120 should be good. Now we have the score and the best score. All right, now what I want to change is the actual score. So I want to change the score whenever the score of the game manager is increased. So I want to change the text that is displayed. All right, so let's create a manager for that. Let's create a controller or manager for that. and that will be our UI manager. So our canvas will have a script which is called UI manager. UI manager. All right, now let's open that one up. And we will need two things. We will need private text score, and private text best. Now, in order to use text, we need to implement something. And now I'm getting the same error that we had before. Let me save that script. I'm still getting the error. So I'm going to close that script. And for some reason, in general, my tool is not happy. So I'm going to remove the component. I'm just going to delete that from here as well. And I'm going to create it manually within the scripts. As you can see, I'm getting this stupid error, but in your case, you might not have it. So I'm going to call it UI manager, this particular script, UI manager. And now let's add that UI manager to the canvas. So I'm going to drag it in there, and as you can see, now it's there. Now let's open up UI manager. And as you can see, now the error disappeared again. All right, so in here, I just want to do one thing. I want to have a private text. I'm going to call it text score, as I said earlier, and a private text, and I'm going to call it text best. Now I'm getting the error again, but I'm going to leave it for now. Using Unity engine.text is what I'm going to need. So I need this Unity engine.text in order to use text in here. And by the way, it's not called Unity engine.text, it's called Unity engine.ui. And under the UI namespace, you'll find text. So I'm still getting this error, so I can clean all. That sometimes helps, or I can rebuild all. That also helps sometimes. And as you can see, the build was successful, even though I'm still getting this error. But now let's still try it. Let's start the game real quick. And as you can see, the error is not displaying anymore. So let me check the console, and as you can see, the error is not there anymore. So sometimes Unity just does that, and yeah, you just sometimes have to try it. Okay, so now I have this text score and text best, and I want to update them each time that the score is changed or updated. So within here, I'm just gonna say text best dot text. So the text property of my text best, which is of type text, is going to be best colon empty space plus game manager dot singleton dot best. So this is just going to display the best score, so the high score, and then text best dot text, or in this case actually it's text score dot text, is going to be score colon empty space plus game manager dot singleton dot score. So now we access the score and the high score of our game manager from here, best and score. So I'm going to save that once again. And now my canvas, I'm going to check it out again. The UI manager should display the text score and the text best. But the problem is it doesn't. And in order to display that, we need the square brackets, and within there we need to add the serialized field keyword. So I'm gonna copy and paste that for the other line as well. So now we have the serialized field, private text score, and serialized field, private text best. So I'm going to save that script again, and then after a while it should appear here on the side as well. And in order to fix that, we need to add something called serialize field in square brackets. So I need to do that for both of my texts. So for my text score and text best, so it's called serialize field. Now I'm going to save that and clean and rebuild just to see if the error disappears, or at least if we still get an error. So it says is never assigned to and will always have its default value null. Okay, that's fine because we will assign it from the outside, so from Unity itself. So I'm going to start, and as you can see, even though we have these errors, which are not really errors, we still can run the game, but now we do have errors. So now we have a null reference exception, and whenever you have that, that's because you are trying to access something that you have not set. So in here, my UI manager never has set this text score, and it says none. So that's an error that you get quite a lot as a beginner. If you didn't drag in, for example, in this case, drag in a particular element into the script that you want to use it in. So in this case, I want to have the text score and the text best. And why do I need them? Well, I need them because I'm using them here. I'm saying I want to set the text of the text best, and I want to set the text of the text score, text object. And now if we start that again, now we should see how our score goes up. So as you can see, the score and the best go up at the same time, and that has to do with us not having a best score yet. So if I stop the game and I start it again, now you will see our best score is at 0 again. So now in order to fix that, we need to store the score permanently. And in order to do so, we need the player prefs, and we'll do that in a second. By the way, I got a little annoyed by all of these errors displaying, so I shut down Visual Studio and I'm starting it up again in the hopes that it will not display the errors anymore. Because there were no errors, the code was fine and it actually worked. So the error was just a problem with Visual Studio not displaying it correctly. So I restart Visual Studio. If you get this error, just restart Visual Studio and restart Unity as well if that doesn't help. And then let's check out if the problem is gone. So far it's looking good. As you can see, we don't have this error anymore. So in order to display or store the high score, we need to go ahead and use player prefs. So let's go ahead and do that. Player prefs work the following way. Player prefs stands for player preferences. So we have this thing called player prefs here. Stores and accesses player prefs between game sessions. So it stores permanently a little piece of information, so such as a string or something like player preferences. So let's say you have the options, or the user has the options to change the resolution, or he can change the graphic settings or whatever. And you want to store that so that he doesn't have to set this up every single time that he starts the application. You would use player prefs for that. And they're stored on Android devices as well, and they're stored on PCs as well for that particular game. So let's use this player prefs class, and in there we have this method called setInt. As you can see, we also have setFloat and setString. So you can set strings, floats, and integers in there, and we're just going to use setInt because we only store a particular value, which is a whole number. And as you can see, it has this overload saying string key int value. So whenever you want to store something, you store it within a key, which is a string. So it's a unique value that you can use. So I'm just gonna set int, and the key that I want to use is going to be high score. So within high score, I want to store a specific integer value. And which value do I want to store? Well, I want to store the score in this case. And why do I want to store the score? Well, because at that point, so whenever this if statement here is true, the player prefs setInt high score will be true, or will be the highest score, right? So this score will be the highest score. That's why we can store it within high score. So that's how you can store something. But how do you retrieve it? Well, in order to retrieve it, you need to do the following. And I'm gonna go to the awake method of my game manager, and I'm just gonna say best. So I'm gonna set the best value, which was generally 0 because we never actually stored it when we started the game. But now we store it each time we add a score, or each time we have a new high score, we store it, and now we can retrieve it. So let's say I want to retrieve it. So I'm using player prefs again. And in this case, I'm setting getInt. So please get a specific integer at a specific key. And in this case, I want to get it from the high score key. And here it's super important that this high score string has exactly the same name as this high score string. Okay, so now let's save the game manager by using Command S or Control S. And now let's start the game again, just to check if the score is displaying correctly. All right, so I'm starting, and as you can see, my score is going up, up, up. Now let's stop the game and let's restart the game. And as you can see, best now is 6. So the score was in fact stored permanently. All right, so now of course we need to change the way we give points, because currently we give points whenever the ball bounces. So a player, if he goes AFK, he's gonna get a new high score easily. And that's exactly the wrong behavior, because we want to encourage the player to get a high score, and that has to be difficult. So we of course need to add functionality which makes the game a lot more difficult. So while we're working with the game manager, I think it would be a great idea to also add the goal, because the goal in the end is to go to the very bottom of this helix or of this, well, it's a cylinder, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to drag this helix top 1, which didn't have a specific name, but I'm just dragging it to the bottom. And let me go there, and as you can see, I can drag it to the very bottom, or I can just say -1, because the size of the helix is 1 from the perspective of this children, or of this child. So this helix top 1 is a child, and globally the position is not -1, but in terms of the helix parent it is. And that's why we can just say, okay, helix top 1 should be at -1. And I also will change the name, because I'm just gonna call that one goal, because that's what it is. So this bottom piece here is going to be the goal. And once we get there, we're done. So once we get there, we're good to go, and we go to the next level. So I'm gonna call it, maybe I should call it helix goal, because it is part of the helix, right? So I'm gonna call it helix goal. And what I need to do for that is I need to add a script to every single of those helix part prefabs, because in the end, what they should have is they should have a, well, a functionality that resets the level once we're there, or goes to the next level pretty much. Because in the game manager, if I'm not mistaken, we have this method called next level, and we didn't implement it yet, but what that should do is it should just go to the next stage. So we're currently at the stage 0, but it should next go to the current stage, or set the current stage to 1. So let's develop this little functionality, and let's create a new script in our scripts folder, and I'm gonna just call this one goal. Yeah, just goal. We could call it goal behavior or goal controller, but I'm just gonna go with goal this time. All right, so this is our goal script, and what I want to do in here is pretty basic. I just want to say, once this goal, or the object that contains this goal script, is touched, so once there is a collision with this goal, then we should call the next level script. So or the next level method. So I'm gonna use on collision enter. So this method, as we had it earlier, and in this method, I am just gonna say game manager dot singleton dot next level. All right, so as soon as the goal is touched, it's just going to call the method next level. And that's a cool thing, because the game manager is taking care of all this stuff, right? We don't need to implement it within the goal. And whenever we do something with the stages or the score, we always know, okay, we need to go to the game manager. So it's this clean spot where we need to work with. And for now, I'm just gonna debug that. I'm just gonna say debug log next level started or called. Just gonna say called, because we're not starting it yet. We don't have the capability of going to the next level yet. We will actually need to implement the stages in order to do that. All right, so now we have this goal script and we can assign that to our Helix part prefabs, and I'm gonna rename them because actually I want to call those Helix goal prefab or Helix goal, and I'm going to add this script. So if you created a script, you can also just add it from here, select scripts and then select goal. So now this little 12th of the whole circle or the whole platform will have this goal script, but all of them need to have that script. So I'm just gonna rename all of them real quick. There are other ways of doing it, but as there are just 12 of them, I'm just gonna do it manually. It's the quickest one. And also I want to create a prefab out of it, right? Because I might want to use it later on individually via code, for example, or stuff like that. But for now, I'm just gonna copy and paste. I could have just said, okay, copy and paste the Helix goal prefab, but the problem is that I would have to change the Y values of the rotation for all of them again, and I don't want to do that. All right, so almost done. And this one here, and then finally that one there. So now I need to also add this goal script to each of them. So I'm just gonna press every single one of them, and I'm gonna drag the goal in there. Actually, let me do it like that. As you can see, it only worked for one, unfortunately. So they didn't add that functionality yet. That's fine. We still need to do it manually. That's okay. So drag it in there. And as I said, it's fine because it's just 12 of them. If there are like 150 or something like that, then you should find other ways of adding goal to this, or adding the script to the game object. Okay. And it would go too far for this video anyways, right? Because we already have a very extended video. We're going pretty deep into the topic and I'm explaining pretty much everything I'm doing here. But that's something that I didn't want to also develop. All right, so now we have this goal and let's check it out. Let's try to get there with our ball and see if the method is called. So boom, and we say, see here, next level called. So it just fell in there and then the next level was called, and for some reason the ball also went right through. And that should not happen, but we're gonna be fine because what we do is as soon as the ball goes through here, we just go to the next level. So it doesn't matter if the ball goes through or not for now. Okay, now while we're at it, let's also create prefabs out of it. So let's create a Helix goal prefab by dragging it down there, and also the Helix goal itself. So I'm just gonna drag it in there as well. So now we have the Helix goal, we have the Helix level prefab, and we have the Helix goal prefab. Of course, what we also could have done, instead of adding the goal script to every single one of the pieces, we could have said, okay, we add the script to this Helix goal itself, but then we would also have to add a collider to it and so forth. And I didn't want to go into that. Now let's have a look at how we can make a clean way of getting score. Because for now we don't have a great approach for that. So I'm just gonna copy and paste Helix top. This is just for testing purposes, right? And I'm just gonna drag this one there and I'm gonna rotate it. Okay, so now if the player falls through here, I want to add a point to that. And what I need for that is a pass check. So I'm just going to add a collider here at the bottom, and I'm just gonna say, okay, whenever I pass through and I pass through this collider and trigger the collider, then I want to add a point. So what we need to do for that is the following. We need to go to the Helix top and add a component here. and it's going to be a new script. And actually, because I had this error early on, I'm going to create the script straight away in here. So create C# script, and I'm just going to call that one pass check, because it's going to check if somebody passes through. And that's why this very generic name. Also, while we're at it, I want to add another, well, this component to it. So I'm going to drag the pass check in there to this Helix top. And then I also want to add another physics component, which is going to be a box collider. Just going to use a box collider, and I'm going to make it a little bigger, because if you look at it now, we don't really see the box collider. It's in there somewhere. If you look very carefully, you can see it, but I'm going to make it a little bigger. So 4 times 4, as you can see now, this green line here, that's the box collider that we have. And as you also can see, it surrounds our Helix top. But now I'm going to make it a little thinner, or a lot thinner to be precise. So 0.5, that's the, or 0.05, that's the size that I use for the Y value. And as you can see now, if the player passes through that green piece, let me find a good angle to show you that. If the ball falls through the collider now, then we're good to go, because then we can add 1 to the score, or 2, or whatever we want to set up. And then there's another thing that I want to have, because I don't want this box collider to be an actual collider, because if we test it now, then the ball will just fly, or it will be in that an invisible area. As you can see, there is an invisible area, and that's this box collider that we have added. But I don't want that. I don't want it to be physically impacted or impacting anyone. I want it to be a trigger. So what you can do is you can add a functionality called isTrigger to a collider. And what that will do is it will trigger a functionality, and we can decide ourselves what that functionality will be. And that's a pretty cool thing, because now the Helix top, or any Helix top prefab, or Helix prefab, or this Helix platform prefab, will have this collider and this pass check. And each time that the ball falls through, we can just say, okay, add 1 to the score. So let's go ahead and add that method. And we have seen the on collision enter method. Okay, but there is another one if we don't want to have the collision, but actually the trigger. So on trigger enter, as you can see, there is one here, and it says is called when a collider other enters the trigger. What is other? Well, if we open it up, and I can see collider other. So whenever somebody falls through, in this case the ball triggers, or the ball goes into that collider, it triggers, right? The trigger is entered. And now what we can do is we can just say, okay, game manager dot singleton dot add score, and now let's say we add 2 to the score. Okay, so now let's save that. And we had one other point in our program where we added a point, and that was this one here. So we had this debug log game manager. So now I don't want that here anymore. I just had that for testing purposes in my ball collider. So I'm gonna get rid of it, because now we have the real thing, right? Now we only get a point if we pass through this trigger here. Now I copied the Helix top before I added that functionality. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna get rid of this Helix top 1. I don't need that, so I'm gonna delete it. And also we had this prefab called Helix level prefab, and that Helix top is of that Helix level prefab. So what I want to do is I want to apply the changes that I've made within my scene to my Helix level prefab, because if you click on the Helix level prefab, you see it only has this transform component. It doesn't have all the other things. And if you open it up, it has all the parts, that's fine, but it doesn't have the method that we have just added, or the script, and it doesn't have the box collider that we added. So if you want to change that, you can simply hit apply. So now I have applied, and if I look at the Helix level prefab now, if I click on it, you can see now it has a box collider, which has isTrigger activated, and it has a pass check script. So now we can use the Helix level prefab again in the way that we would like to. And what do we need it for? Well, we need it for a automatic level creation where the whole stage is created with all the different platforms or levels. Okay, so now we have Helix top. Let me copy and paste it again. I want to have another one, and now this time I'm going to drag it down again, and I'm going to rotate it a little bit as I just had before. Okay, now let's run it again. Let's run the game. And as you see, I've gotten a score of 2. So I added my score by 2 points. And now if I fall through here, boom, I have 4 points. And now let's go to the end. And when we hit the end, it says next level called, next level called. Okay, great. So that is the pass check. So now we have the system in place to get points. One of the most difficult parts is going to be to create the stages automatically. And we need to build a script in order to do the stages, and we will do that later on. But for now, before we do that, I would like to add some more minor features, something that is lightweight, because one of them would be, for example, the death part. So if we hit one of the death parts, we lose. That's just the name that I gave them. So let's say this piece here should be a death part. And if the ball hits that death part, then we should restart the level. So the ball should go back up to its initial position, and we should go back to the start of the level. So how do we do that? Well, we can just go ahead and create a new script for that, which will take care of the death part. So I'm going to create a new script, and I'm going to call that death part. And let's open it up. And there are only 2 things that I want to do in here. There is one which is going to be called when the death part is hit, and the other one that is going to be called in order to change the color. So whenever this object is created, I want to change the color. So in order to change the color, I'm going to create a method, or I'm going to call in a method, which is called onEnable. This function is called when the object becomes enabled and active. And that's something that we will need later on anyways, because not all of our objects or all of our pieces of that platform will be death parts, only some of them. And they will be enabled programmatically, and that's why we need this onEnable method. All right, so now what I'm going to have is a get component. So I want to get the renderer component. And what do I want to do with it? Well, I want to change the material color to color.red. So what do I do here? Let's check it out. Let's go to one of the parts. I saved the script, by the way. Let's go to one of the parts, and let's say I want this little part here, this Helix part prefab, to be red, or to be one of those death parts. So I'm just gonna drag the death part script on it. And now this piece here will be red. And why will it be red? Well, it will change this color here. It will change the element, this one, this Helix part. Currently, the Helix part is yellow, as you can see. And this thing here is called Mesh Renderer. And if we look at it, we see we're accessing the renderer. So it could be a mesh renderer, it could be a different kind of renderer, but in the end it's a renderer. So we say, okay, get the renderer of this death part, or of the object that contains this death part script, then check out the material and set its color to a value that we set. So let's say color red. So what this does is it says, okay, I'm gonna change this material here for that particular Helix part prefab to red. All right. So now I've set it up. Let's see if that's true. Let's start the game. And as you see, now it's red. We can still jump around. We can still go on it. It's no problem. Nothing happens. But what I want to happen is when I touch this thing, I want the level to restart, because that's a game over zone. That's a piece that is going to be or cause death to my ball, to my player. So what we need to do is we need to add that functionality. So let's add a method in here. I'm gonna call it hit death part. And in here, I'm just gonna say game manager dot singleton dot restart level. So I'm just gonna restart the level if we hit one of those parts. So I'm gonna save that script and I'm gonna go back to game manager, and in here I'm just gonna debug log game over. So for now we only have that. But how do I find out that I hit the death part? And of course I could have added a script in here which says something like on trigger enter or on collision enter or something like that, as we have done with other aspects of our for our Helix, right? Actually, where did we have it? We have the ball controller, and the ball controller takes care of the collisions right now. We don't have a functionality on the platform itself which takes care of that. But what we can do is we can do that in the ball controller. We can check if the object that we hit is a death part. So what we can do here is we can create a death part, and I'm gonna call it death part. As you can see, we're creating an instance of the death part object, and we say, or of the death part class, and we say other, or in this case it's not called other, it's called collision. So was the collision done with a get component death part? So what we do here is we just say, okay, create a death part object and then assign it with the value or with the component death part of the object that we collided with. And that will not always be true, because sometimes we collide with something that is not a death part or does not have a death part script. So only the ones that are red will be death part objects, which will be true in this case. Okay, so what I'm checking is if death part exists, then go ahead and call the method hit death part. And that's it. So by adding this functionality, we add something like adding reset level functionality via death part, called when, or not called, but filled or initialized death part is hit. So this means not just the death part is hit, but actually a, how did we call it? Let me quickly go back. A Helix part prefab that has a death part. When that is hit, then we reset the level. So let's test if that's true. The only thing that will be displayed now is that we have a game over on the console. So let me go there. Let's go to console, and we see game over, game over, game over, game over. All right, great. So now we have that, and let's add the functionality that actually resets the level, because for now we don't really have that, right? We just have this text that comes up and says reset level or game over. So in order to take care of that, let's go to the game manager, because the game manager is the script which takes care of resetting, of going to the next level, of adding score and stuff like that. So now we say go to game over, that's fine, but we can also show ads here. That would be a great opportunity to show ads. So when the user is in game over, we display ads. And then the other one is we reset the score. So let's set the score to 0. So whenever we reset the level, well, the user loses all of his points. And then we also need to reset the ball. And in order to reset the ball, we need to create a new method in here. And I'm gonna get rid of the update method for now. And I'm gonna create a new public void reset ball method, because this method is gonna take care of resetting the ball and setting the ball at a start position. So what I'm doing here is I'm saying transform.position. So set the position of the ball, because the ball controller controls the ball, set the position of the ball to the start position. Now, what is the start position? Because we don't have the start position yet. Well, that's something that we have to set up. So we can create a variable here called, or which is of type vector3, and which is called start pos. So this thing here, this variable will contain the start position of our ball. And where do I get that one from? Well, I just say start pos is equal to transform.position. And when do I say that? Well, within the start or maybe within the awake method. So whenever my object is awoken, whenever my ball comes into play, I just say, okay, now that where you are right now, that's the start position where you should go back to whenever the game is reset. So that's why we have this method called reset ball. And now we can call this method whenever we are at the restart level method. So whenever this method is called, we can now reset the ball position. So how do we do that? Well, we simply go ahead and find the object, find object of type, and we search for the ball controller, and there we reset the ball. So that's one way of calling a method of another controller. So I don't need to create a complete new object of the ball controller in here. I just say, okay, give me the object of type ball controller, and then just call the method of that ball controller class. All right. So that's another way of calling a method of another class in Unity. And that's pretty cool. That allows us to use it in a very short manner. Also, what I want to do here is restart or reload the stage. That's something that we will add later on once we have stages, okay? We didn't implement the stage functionality yet. All right, so now let's test that. I think we should have everything ready to go. So let's check out if our ball goes back to its initial position. And if that happens, then the camera will follow the ball, and that's a pretty good thing. So let's go and boom. As you can see, we start at the top again, and boom, there we are, back at the top. And let me lose the game once again. Actually, here I'm at the edge, perfectly at the edge. If you want, you can even check that out here. But if I move just a little bit to the side, boom, restarting the level. All right, so that's really good. Now we have the reset functionality. All right, so now there is not that much left to do except for the stages, of course, and making them programmatically. Even though that sounds easy, it is pretty much the most complex part so far. And by the way, there was one thing that I didn't explain you, and I'm sorry for that. I'm just gonna go back real quick. So this serialize field, I need to add that, otherwise I cannot see that in my UI manager, so it wouldn't display it. So I needed to add that in order to show the text score in the Unity editor here, in the inspector. All right, so let's go forward and let's add some of the skills that we need to do. And one of them is to create scriptable objects. And that's a pretty cool thing, because if you right click here, you can create stuff, right? You can create a C# script, you can create a shader, material, and so forth. But you can also create stuff from here that you have developed yourself. And that's a pretty neat little feature. Therefore, we are going to create a new script, and I'm gonna call this script stage, because this script is gonna take care of stages. And so let's open up that script. Actually, I need to double click it. There we are. So in here, I don't need a start and I don't need a update method, but I'm gonna create two objects in here, or two classes actually. So this one here, this stage should not inherit from mono behavior, but from scriptable object. So there's a thing called scriptable object. And what that allows us is to add stuff from the Unity hierarchy, as you just saw, or from the Unity project tab. So what I need in here, I need a color, public color, and I'm gonna call that stage background color, because there are certain things that I want to have differently in every single stage. So I want to have different colors for the background of the stage. I want to have a different color for the level part, for the ball, and I want to have multiple levels in that stage. Okay, and by levels I mean platforms. So I'm gonna say color dot white. So that's the initial value that I'm just assigning here. So then I want to have a color for the stage level part color, and that will be color dot white as well. Color stage ball color. So I want to have a different color for the ball for every single stage, and I can just do that manually. I can just assign that manually, and that's a cool thing. And then I need the different levels, and that's the thing. I could call them platforms, but I called them levels. Actually, I can also call them, well, you can call them as you like. You can either call them levels or platforms. So they need to be serializable, because otherwise I can't use them in a way that I would like to. In this case, I wouldn't like to use them in a stage. So serializable, and I'm not sure whether I wrote it correctly. I hope I did. Well, in order to use serializable, that's a problem. I need using system. So now serializable is fine. All right. And now I will create a new class in here, and that class will be level. And as I said, you can, if you want to, you can call this one platform. And I want to have a range. So I need square brackets, range of 1 and 11. So the value can be between 1 and 11 for public int part count. And I'm gonna call that part count with a capital C 11. And then I need another range. So by this, I'm just saying, okay, the user can select between 0 and 11 for the following. For, in this case, public int def part count, and I'm gonna set that to 1 as initial value. Okay, and now I can go ahead and create a list of those levels. So my stage has multiple levels, and I'm gonna create a list of level, and I'm gonna call it levels, and that will be a new list of level. So what is all of that? Because I created a new class here, I made it serializable, and now I'm even creating a list of it. Well, just imagine that you want to have multiple different levels or multiple different platforms, and each platform is a level, okay? And you want to have between 1 and 11 parts on that platform that are active, where the player can jump on with the ball. And then between 0 and 11 of them can be death parts. So they should be the ones that make the game reset. So where the player just gets a game over. Okay, so that's what we have here. Now I'm using this range in order for us to be able to only assign values between 0 and 11 in the Unity editor. And you will see what that means in a second. So this stage class, which is a scriptable object, it can change the color of different aspects of the game. For example, the ball, the different platforms, the background. And then there is also this list of levels. So we create a list where we have multiple level objects, which is platform objects. So we can have many different platforms in our game. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save that stage script, and I'm going to go back to Unity. Now in here, in my assets, I will press right click, create, and then for some reason, stage doesn't appear here at the top. And that has to do with one little line that we still need to add. So on top of stage, I can, in square brackets, add something called create asset menu. Make a scriptable object derived type to be automatically listed in assets / create submenu. So the instance of type can be easily created and stored in the project as asset files. And that's a very cool thing. So I'm going to give it a file name, and I'm going to set that file name to new stage. So now that we have that, let's save that script again. Now you will see what that line of code did. Right click, create, and there we are. Now we have stage, and well, it takes a little while. It takes 10 seconds or so until it comes up. So right click, create stage. Now I can create a stage, and that's pretty cool. So now let's go ahead and create a stage. I'm gonna name that stage 0. So let's create a new folder to keep it all tidy and call this one stages. So within the stages folder, I want to have all of my stages. So I'm gonna drag my stage in there. And now let's open up this stage. And as you can see here on the right hand side, you can change the stage background color. You can change the stage level part color, the stage ball color. So let's change all of them a little bit. So the ball should be, well, in the next level should be green. Then the level should be some pinkish or purple color, something like that. And the stage background should be blue. So let's change this to a bluish color. So now I have changed the color of that stage for the three main aspects. As you can see, we have a background, we have this color here, and we have the helix color and the stages color, or not the stages, but the levels or platforms. And now I can go ahead and say how many levels do I want to have. And by levels, I mean how many platform levels. So this is a platform. I could have one below that, another one below that. So I can just say something like, okay, I want to have 12. I want to have 12. And as you can see, now I get 12 elements in here. And now I can assign values. Okay, so I can assign values for every single element, which means for every single platform. I can say, okay, in the first platform, I want to have 11 parts. In the next one, I want to have 10, then again, 11, 9, and so forth. So I'm gonna just drag this stuff over, and I don't create any dev parts so far, okay? I will do that later on. So I'm just gonna create that. So now I have this stage called 0, and within that stage, we will have 12 platforms, plus the one at the top, which I'm gonna leave in all the time, plus one at the bottom. So I need two platforms which build the edges or the boundaries of my platform. And I want to, or of my helix. And I want to create multiple platforms in between. And how many? Well, that's what I define here. So depending on how much or which number I enter here, that's the amount of platforms that I'm gonna have. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do is the following. So let's go ahead and save that. So now the next thing we need to do is load a stage. And where would we load a stage? Well, we could do that within the game manager or within the helix. And I think the helix makes most sense. So let's open up the helix controller, and I need to open up the helix controller like that. And then here we only had very little code yet, but we need to create a method which will be pretty extended. It's going to be something like almost 100 lines of code. And I'm going to try, I will try to explain it the best way I can, but there will be a lot of code and I hope you can follow along, okay? But this is the most complex part of the whole game. And I'm gonna create a method that I'm gonna call load stage, and it should load a stage number. So whatever number we give the method when it's called, that's the stage that it's gonna load. So in our case, we only have one stage so far, and that will be the stage with the stage number 0. If we add another one with a stage number 1, then stage 1 will be loaded. All right, so that's what this load stage method should do. And before we implement that load stage method, we need to go ahead and create some variables in here. So one of them is going to be public transform top transform. Then public transform goal transform. So what is that? Well, those two things are the top and the bottom platforms that I want to have. So I want to assign those because based on those, I can decide where I need to position all the other platforms. Now I also need to have the Helix prefab as a game object. Helix level prefab, that's how I'm gonna call it. And I need a list of stages. So we can have multiple stages, as I told you. And I want to have a list here with all stages. That will be a new list of stage. Like that. Now we need to calculate something called the helix distance. So the distance between the top and the goal transform. So the distance between those two platforms, right? The very top one and the very bottom one. And that will be a float called private float called helix distance. And then we need to know how many levels we have created. So how many platforms, okay? So private list game object spawned levels. And that will contain all the different levels that we have. And they are of type game object. So every single level is a game object. If we look at it, I'm going to save the script. Always save the script. By the way, I'm also going to save the scene just so we don't forget that. So this here, this helix top, that's a game object. This helix top 1 is a game object. This helix goal is a game object. So every single thing that we have within our simple scene, within hierarchy here, are game objects. So I'm going to go back to my script because in here I can go ahead now and I can calculate the distance first of all. So let's calculate the helix distance in the awake method. And how do we get that? Well, we take the top transform, local position y, minus the goal transform dot local position dot y. Now there's a little thing that I would like to add as well, and that's 0.1f, because it needs to be a little more space. I'm going to give it a little more space. I'm going to say, okay, divide or subtract the distance or the position of the local position of the goal transform and add 0.1f. Okay, so now we have the helix distance. We will need that later on. So we will need to go ahead and use that. Now we can go to the load stage. And what we need to load in here or develop in here is, first of all, we need to create a stage, and that will be all stages. And now I'm using a method to get the correct stage that we need, and that will be mathf dot clamp. The clamp, what it does, it clamps a value between a minimum float and a maximum float value. So I'm going to clamp between the stage number 0 and then the maximum. So the float value that I want to check is the stage number. The minimum should be 0 and the maximum should be all stages dot count -1. So we have an amount of stages in general, and we just say, okay, the maximum value should just be the whole amount of stages that we have -1. And what this one here does, it gives us the stage number, but it always goes back to 0 if we are higher than that. So let's say we have 5 stages, right? And the 5th stage is called 4 because the first stage is called 0. Programming starts to, or in programming languages, we start counting with 0. So we have this stage called 0. I'm just going to copy and paste them. So copy and paste. Well, it doesn't allow to do that. So I'm just gonna, well, it doesn't like copy and pasting with it. So I'm going to create a new stage. I'm going to call that one 1. And I'm going to create another stage. And I'm going to call that one 2. So now we have 3 stages. And what the thing here, or line of code here does, it just says, okay, take the stage number, but it should never be lower than 0 and it should never be higher than all stages that count -1. So in this case, we have 3 stages, but the highest stage number is 2, which is 3 minus 1. So whenever we are higher than 3, we just go back to 0, or whenever we are higher than 2, actually. So whenever we get to level, in this case, or stage 3, stage number 3, we go back to 0 because there is no stage number 3. Good. So that's what this line of code does here, this one. Now, if the stage should be empty, so if it's null, what do we want to do? Well, I'm just gonna write some debug and I'm gonna log an error, because then it's actually an error, and it's gonna say something like no stage plus stage number plus found in all stages list. And then we just ask a question: are all stages assigned in the list? So what that means is this error will appear if the stage that we're currently looking at is empty. And when is that the case? Well, if we look at our Helix now, let me open up the Helix. You can see there is a thing called all stages, and currently the size is 0, so we don't have any stages. But if I say, okay, the size is 3, now it needs stages. So I'm gonna drag my stages in there: stage 0, stage 1, and stage 2. If I have forgotten to drag a stage in there and it's empty, then this line of code will inform me about it. So this debug log error will inform about it, and if that's the case, we just return. So that means we don't need to execute anything else in that load stage method. All right, so next what we want to do is we want to change the background color of our main camera. So I'm just gonna say camera.main.background color is equal to all stages dot at the, or actually not dot, but in square brackets, stage number dot stage background color. And where do I get that from? Well, if we look at stage, that's where I get it from. So stage background color. So if you go back to our camera, this color here, this dark grayish, or this I don't know, this ugly grayish that we have here, that's the background color of our main camera. And with the line of code that I've just shown you, we change the camera color to the color that we have set up in our stage, which means that we have set up in here, which would be blue in this case. So it will go to this bluish color. Good. Now let's go back to our Helix color, and I told you that's gonna be a long line of, or a lot of lines of code. Also, while we're at it, let's add that change color of background of the stage. Now change color of the ball in the stage. That will be done by find object of type ball controller get component. So here get component. So we take the component, and what's the name of the component? Well, it's the renderer. We had that before, right? And there I want to get the material, and I want to change the color of towards all stages at the position stage number dot stage ball color. So the same thing that we just did for the stage background, now we do for the ball as well. Now we need to reset the Helix rotation because we want to go to a standard value pretty much, right? So I'm just gonna say reset Helix rotation. How do I do that? Well, I say transform.Euler angles, or actually local Euler angles. The rotation as Euler angles in degrees relative to parent transform to start rotation. Now let's check out what is the start rotation. Well, I set it up quite early, and that's the one here. So that's the start rotation that we set up, and it's just taking the rotation at the very beginning of the instance, or of the level that we're in, or of the stage that we're in. Now destroy old levels if there were some, because it can happen that there are some problems, right, that we run into errors, but we can make sure that that doesn't happen. So destroy the old levels if there are any. So for each game object go in spawned levels, destroy go. Geo standing for game object. So we just say, okay, destroy all the old levels that there are. And destroy is the method that just deletes the game object from the scene. Now we can go ahead and create new levels. Create new levels / platforms. And we do that with float level distance. We first of all need the level distance, right? We need to know how much space do we have. And that will be the helix distance divided by stage.levels.count. So depending on how many levels we have, and in our case here, if we look at the stage 0, we have 12 levels or 12 platforms. And now what we do is we just say, okay, we divide the distance by 12. So now we know how far apart each level or each platform should be. That's what this line of code does. Then we need to know the position, and that will be float spawn pose y is going to be top transform dot local position dot y. So we just create the levels at the correct position, and now we can go ahead and create all of the levels. So int I equals 0, I lower stage dot levels dot count. So however many levels we have set up now, or we created in our stage. So in here, again, it's 12, right? So however many, in this case 12, that's how many we want to go and create. So that's why we need this stage levels that count. And now within this for loop, that's where all the magic happens. And after this for loop, we're done. But this for loop is unfortunately 60 lines of code. So we're gonna get through it. No worries, man. I'm gonna explain every single spot or every single point. So the spawn position Y, which was this transform local position Y before, I'm gonna delete a little piece of it. And that I will get rid of the level distance, which means, let's say we had 120 centimeters or inches or whatever you want to take as the distance metric. That's what we take away. So we had 120, and now we take the level distance away, and the level distance should be 10. So we take 120 minus 10. So now spawn position Y will be 110, which means that the next level will come up at 110 for the Y value. Okay, so that's what this does. And for every single iteration of that for loop, we do the same again. So we delete 10 again. So in the next iteration of that for loop, the spawn position Y will not be 110, it will be 100. And then the next one 90 and 80 and so forth. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to create a game object, which is the level. And what is that? Well, we instantiate the Helix level prefab. And where do we instantiate it? At which position? At transform. Now that line here creates the level within our scene. Creates level within scene. So that's what this instantiate does. It just creates a new object. Okay, let me just show you an example. Instantiate, and I'm gonna create the, how did I call it? Helix level prefab. Helix level prefab. Actually, I should rename it to a small h, or an uncapitalized h, because you shouldn't name your variables with capital letters. So I'm just gonna instantiate a Helix level prefab at transform dot position. Or actually, I'm just gonna instantiate it. It will be instantiated automatically at the position. So here I need to change that to h, because now it's a lower capital H. Okay, now for now this load stage is not be called. It's not called. I just want to explain to you this instantiate method, what it does. So let's get back to Unity, and in order to do so, of course, we need to go to our Helix. And here you can see there is no prefab assigned. That's why I had this error. The object you want to instantiate is null. So what I need to do is I need to go to my prefabs, and we had this Helix level prefab, right? And that's the one that I need to assign here. So I'm going to drag that Helix level prefab in there. And while we're at it, let's also add the top transform and goal transform, okay? So I'm going to drag Helix top and Helix goal. I need to assign them. So I'm going to drag Helix goal to the goal transform. What that does is it checks out the distance between this one here and that one there. So it needs those two transforms, which means it needs the game objects of which it can get the transform, which means the positions and so forth. And now it can calculate to assign all of the different platforms or levels in between. So now if we start the game, it should create one for us programmatically. Let's check it out. And there you are, Helix level prefab. So let me go in there. As you can see, now it created this thing, Helix level prefab in there. It's a little clone, but we can't see it very well yet. We need to find a better way of doing it. And if we click on it and we drag it out, as you can see, there it is. So we will need to find a way to make it thicker. So there's still a little problem here, but we'll fix it later on. But that's just for you as a little example of how you can create a game object in the runtime, so while the program is running. And that's what we just did. So we didn't drag anything in there. It was done programmatically. And that's exactly what we need to do 12 times, and that's what we have this for loop for. And 12 times, well, that's just because in my case I set the level count to 12. Okay, so this is what this instantiate does. So now we don't need this instantiate method anymore. By the way, the values weren't right because I didn't set up the values in there. So we'll check it out later. Because here you see I also give it the transform, and that seems to work better. Well, it will work better. Now let's go ahead and write the rest of the code. So this will spawn the level. So let's just say, okay, debug log levels spawned. Then I need to position them accordingly. So let's change the position of that level to new vector3 0 spawn position y 0. So that will give it the correct position. As you can remember, spawn position y takes care of the right y position for that level. And we need to add that level to our list of levels, because we created this list called spawned levels. We need to add that to it. By the way, what we can do is actually test that already. So let's test the level. Let's create a stage and call the load stage method. So I'm just gonna load the stage 0. So let me save that. Let's go back to Unity and let's see if that's already working. And boom, there we are. So now I can get rid of this Helix top 1 that I created manually earlier on. So let me delete that. And as you can see, now our ball falls through all of them because they're all the same. Because so far, all of them have these two fields deactivated. So what I need to do is to go to Helix top and activate those two prefabs. And I want to do that manually to deactivate them, okay? But as you can see, once we start the program, and by the way, Helix top was deleted by me while the game was running, that's why it's still there. But let me start the application once again, or the game once again. And now you see we have all of those platforms, and they all have equal distance to each other, or an equal distance to each other, and that's perfect. Okay. Now the only thing missing is of course the gaps and also the def parts, and that's what we're going to take care of now. So let's go back to the method, and in our load stage method we will go ahead and do the rest of the for loop. So we want to disable some parts, and how do we find out which parts to disable? Well, we do it the following way. We need to create a variable called parts to disable. And I'm going to set that to 12 minus stage.levels. And here square brackets, I dot part count. Why do I use 12? Well, that's because one level or one platform consists of 12 different parts. That's why I have this 12 in there. I use it hard-coded here. Of course, you could go ahead and do that programmatically, but I'm just going to use the hard-coded value of 12. And now I need to assign those to a list of disabled parts. I'm going to create a new list, and I'm going to add GameObjects in there, which are disabled or disable parts. And that will be a new list of GameObjects. So these parts are disabled, they will be added to disabled parts list, and now we can add the disabled parts. So disabled parts.count, as long as it's lower than parts to disable, go ahead and disable one. So GameObject, and in this case the greater GameObject random part is equal to level.transform.getChild random.range between 0 level.transform.child count. I'm going to explain what I'm doing here in a second, because it's a lot of code for this one line, or actually this set of lines that I need to write. So what I'm doing here is I have this while loop, and I need to disable parts randomly, because it would be super boring if every single part in every line the same part would be broken or would be disabled, because otherwise we could just fly through. It would be the same as you just saw. We would fly through the whole thing and it would be super boring. So we need to randomize which of those parts should be deactivated for every single level. That's why we create this while loop here. What it does is it just says, okay, give me a random part, and what should it be? Well, it should be a child of those GameObjects, and I want to take a random one of them. So that's what this line does pretty much, okay? Now, within here, we need to check after we have run, or within the same while loop, we need to check, is the disabled parts containing a random part? Okay. So what shall we do if that's true? If it does, then go ahead and take that random part and set it active to false. What does that mean? Setting active to false is doing the following. So if I press onto one of those parts and I click this checkbox here, as you can see, it's deactivated. When it's deactivated, it doesn't appear, we don't see it, but also the colliders are deactivated, all of it is deactivated. So it's as if this part doesn't exist. So that's what I'm doing with this line of code there. So I'm just saying, all right, please go ahead and deactivate that random part, or set deactive to false. And also add that random part to my disabled parts list. All right, now that will take care of the disabled parts. And now we need to know how many parts are left, and that's what we're gonna do afterwards. So let's check out if it already does what I would like it to do. So let's save the script and run the code. And there you are. So as you can see, the parts are random, the ones that are deleted. And sometimes there are 2 deactivated, sometimes there's just 1. but they are random, as you can see. And that's pretty cool because that's exactly what we want. We want them to be random. Now there's only one thing missing. We want to have the death parts in there as well. So some of the parts should be death or should cause the player to lose. And how do we decide how many of them should be there? Well, it's all in the stages, right? So stage 0, as you can see, 11, 10, 11, 9, and so forth. So whatever I've set up here is the amount of gaps that we have. So if I have set up 10, then we have 2 gaps. If I have set up 11, then there will be 1 gap. Let's just check if that's true. So I have it open up here. Let's see. So this one is the first one. Actually, let me open up the level again, or the stage. As you can see, so this one has 1 gap. That's this one. It has 11. So now the next one has 10 as its value. So we have 2 gaps. Now the next one has 11. So it's only 1 gap. And the following one has 9. So we have 3 gaps in total. So 1, 2, and 3. So there you are. That already works. That's great. Now we need to go ahead and add the death parts. And how do we do that? Well, we go back into code. And we take care of death parts. Actually, let's write a little comment here, creating the gaps. And here, creating the death parts. Death parts together. Now, I'm gonna create a new list for that of GameObjects. Now that will be left parts, which is a new list of GameObject. And for each transform T in level T transform. So I want to go through them. I want to go through the positions of every single level with this for each loop. And I want to get the component renderer. And I want to change its color. So let's go ahead. By the way, this is not the death parts yet. We will do the left parts in a second. But this takes care of the color. So the left parts are all parts that are left of disabling. So the disabled parts, we don't care about those. But the ones that are left, we want to change their color to the following. So material.color equals to all stages. And we take the stage number dot stage level part color. So what we do here is we simply say, okay, set the color to the correct color that we had set up in our stage. And GameObject dot active in hierarchy left parts dot add t dot GameObject. So I'm just adding them to this left parts list. Now let's check it out. Let's see if they get the right color. And as you can see now, the background is blue and the color of the parts or of the levels, as you can see, is correct as well. So now the color is this purple or this pink that I had set up. All right. Good. So let's go and take care of the death parts because that's the final thing. So we need to create a new list of GameObjects. And that will be the death parts list, which is a list of GameObjects. And now while the death parts dot count is lower than stage dot levels, add the position I dot death part count. I want to go ahead and create death parts. So what that means is, if we look at the stage again, here we had death part count. That's the one that we're looking at. And if that's 2, then there will be 2 red death parts on that level. And as long as we still have not activated the right amount of death parts, we want to add death parts. Okay, so I'm gonna make the level more difficult gradually. Actually, let's do it like that. This will be a little easier. Yeah, more or less like that. So now we will have a different set of depth parts for every single level. Now in here, I want to set the depth parts. So I'm just gonna say, again, GameObject, and by this I mean the class GameObject, random part. So the same approach that we had here, only that now it's the left parts and not the ones before. So first we have all parts, and then we say, okay, of all parts, disable a specific amount. Then there are some parts that are left. Then color all the left parts. And now of the left parts, please go ahead and randomly assign a color to, well, the depth part to be red, and to have this depth part script as well. Okay, so random part, left parts, and we have this random range again. So in square brackets, random dot range, and the range is between 0 and left parts dot count. And now if the depth parts does not contain a random part, then go ahead and set the random part GameObject add component depth part. So what that will do is it will add this depth part script, which has this unable, which makes the color red, and hit depth part, which makes us game over or resets the level if we hit it. That's what we add here. So we add this script to this random part, which is going to be a depth part. So this random, could call it random depth part or something like that, but that's what it is, right? And we add that to the list of depth parts. So add random part. And now we should be good to go. So let's save the script and let's start the game again. And there we are. All right. So maybe the red color is a bit tricky, so I'm going to change the color to a purple one. And also we have this problem now with our Helix top, that Helix top does not have gaps anywhere, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to deactivate Helix top. It's important that it stays within the hierarchy, because the Helix top contains the transform that we need in order to calculate how many or how much the distance between every single block should be. So now let's go ahead. There we are. We just fell a little bit, and now we have random gaps and we have random game overs. So let me fall through, and there we are. Boom. And whoosh. Oh, that was close. Oh, that was a tricky one. That was the difficult one. We had actually 6 depth parts in one level. So let me try to beat the level. It's not that easy, as you can see. Oh, damn. Okay. Oof. Okay, and I almost got it. Boom. Perfect. So now there's only one thing left, and that's to get to the next level. Well, that's not the only one. We still have 1 or 2 things that I would like to add, but that's the one we still have left. So see you in a bit. Alrighty, so now let's take care of moving from one level to another. And that's done the following way. So we go into our code again, and we wanted to move from one level to another, and that's what we do here. Next level called. And in here, what we want to do is we want to go to the next stage, right? So that's pretty much it. We just say, okay, next level. What do we do in here? We add 1 to the current stage, because we have this variable called current stage, and it starts at 0, but then we increase it. And what we want to call is the load stage from our Helix controller, and we want to reset the ball as well. So let's find the object of type ball controller, and let's reset the ball. So we just say dot reset ball. And now it's not that happy with the distance I have here, and reset ball. Like that. Now I have one sign too much in here. So then find object of type, and the next one is the Helix controller, and the Helix controller contains this method called load stage, and here we just say load current stage. The current stage was just increased by 1, so if we go to the next stage, then we will be in stage 1, for example. We started at 0, then we are at 1, and so forth. So now the restart level should also reload the stage. We had that here, so let's just do that. Find object of type, Helix controller, and also load stage, and which will be the current stage. So what that will do is it will simply reload the current stage. And that's pretty much it, right? So now we can go ahead and check it out. I'm gonna make the level quite easy, or the stage quite easy. So I'm gonna reduce the amount of dev parts. Actually, I'm gonna reduce the amount of parts in general. That will make it super easy for me. Or I can even go ahead and just say, okay, I only have 2 blocks in between. Let's make it that easy even. So the ball will fall quite a bit. Woo. Okay, there we are. And now I'm falling, and again, boom. Okay, now I'm in the next level. And as you can see, the next level, and now I'm even in the 3rd level. And our index out of range, so we still have some problems here because we're trying to get an argument which is out of range. That's what we need to fix, because currently, if we look at the levels, or the stages, 1 and 2, they're empty. So let's add this and that in there. Like that. And also, by the way, there is one very tricky thing how you can crash your application, and that's if you have more dev part count than part count. So if you set that up, then your program should crash. So don't try to do that. Well, you can try it to see that it's actually true, but that's how you can crash your program easily. And it would be possible, of course, to develop it in a way that you cannot set dev part count higher than the part count, but that would go too far, because then we need to have a runtime checker in our stages script, and that would just make the video too long, even though it's already quite long. So yeah, let's test it again. And let's win the level. Boom. And I hope that I don't fall onto a breaking part. And in here, there you are. We didn't see them quite well, the platforms, and we even fall through. So we still need to fix some things. And we didn't see the platforms that well. That's because we didn't change the color. So here we need to change the background color maybe a little bit. So the part color, red is never a good idea, because the actual ball item, the dev parts are always red. So we shouldn't set it to the same color. And I'm gonna make it like that in this stage. And in the next stage, let's make the background color a gray, the part color a blue, and the ball color can be white. Okay. Now let's add 2 cool things to the game, and one of them is a super speed and one of them is a trail. So in the original game, if you are quick enough, so if you go through multiple holes straight after another, and you drop onto a platform, then the platform breaks. And we'll not make a animation where it breaks in a cool way or so, but we will destroy the platform that we're hitting afterwards. So let's first of all add this trail to our ball, which is a pretty cool, neat little feature which makes the game look a little better. So I'm just gonna add a new empty object, and I'm actually effect. I can actually even add a trail. So I'm going to get rid of this empty object, and I'm going to add a trail. So let's do that. And it was under effects and trail. So now you can go ahead and change the trail. I'm going to make it simple. The size should be 1. And we have this trail renderer here per object motion. And we can set the materials here. Okay, so we can change the materials in here, and I'm gonna say the time that it needs to be fully thick is 0.3, and I'm going to add a key here. So this is how the behavior of the trail will be, and I want it to get thicker over time. And also the width should not be 1 by 0.1, because otherwise it will be super thick one. And now we also need a material here, and let's add a ball trail material. So let's go to our materials folder, and let's create a new material here. And I'm just going to use a white material, and I'm going to call this ball trail. Okay, and it should be this white. So now let's go back to our trail, and let's drag that ball trail into our material element. So here, this element 0 should be the ball trail. Now let's check it out. Let's see if the ball has this cool little trail. And as you can see, there is our trail. So our ball has constantly this trail behind it. That's a neat little feature. Of course, you can change the ball color to anything you want, or the trail color. And yeah, I'm just gonna leave it as is. But now you know how to add this little trail, which is pretty neat, I'd say. Now the thing is that I want to have is the super speed, right? And in order to add that, we need to get back to our code. And where would be the best spot to take care of this functionality? Well, I'd say it's in the ball controller. So that's where I want to have this super speed functionality. And for that, I need to have new variables. So let's create a new variable called public float or public int perfect pass, and another one, public bool, is super speed active. What that will have included, or what that will store, is if the super speed is active and the next time we hit one of the platforms, it will break. And that's what this is super speed active is for. Now in our on collision enter, what we need to do now is we need to check if the super speed is active. And if that's the case, then I want to run specific code, because then I just want to say, please, if not other dot, or in this case is collision dot transform dot get component goal. What that means is if we're not hitting the goal, then please do the following: destroy the game object. And which game object? The one that we're colliding with. Collision.gameObject. Okay, so what that will do is it will check, is the super speed active? And the super speed will be activated as soon as we have 3 perfect passes. So as soon as perfect pass is set to 3, for example. But we can set that up ourselves how we want it. And as soon as we collide through, as soon as we don't collide with the goal, so if we collide with another platform, then we want to destroy that platform. That's what we do here. And I can add something like debug log destroying platform. And else, because only else, we need to check this death part thing. Because otherwise, if we hit something with super speed, then we can't, it doesn't matter if it's a dev part or not. Because if it is a dev part and we hit it with super speed, then we still want to destroy that platform. So that's the idea behind that. Now what we need to add here is to set the perfect pass back to 0. So as soon as we hit something, as soon as this on collision enter is called, we hit something with the ball. That's when we set perfect pass back to 0, and we definitely set super speed is active to false, because now the super speed should not be active anymore. And now we will need the update method, because only within the update method we can cleanly check if the speed is correct or not, or if we had a perfect pass on it. So what we say here, if perfect pass is higher equal 3 and is super speed active is not true, then please go ahead and set is super speed active to true and add a specific force to our rigid body, so to the physics body of our ball. So I'm gonna say make it a little faster, force mode dot impulse. Okay, so if it is already in super speed, then I want to make it faster. Now I'm setting it to a hard-coded value of 10. Of course, we could say we want to have a specific value for that. So for now, I'm just saying 10, but if you want to make it a public variable, you can of course do so. So how do I even add a value, or how do I increase the perfect pass? What would be a great point to do that? Well, let's think about it. We have this platform, this Helix top, for example. I'm going to reactivate it. So once we hit through this box collider here, once we hit through this box collider, that's where I want to increase the value by 1. And that's done in the pass check, right? So let's go back to the pass check and let's find object of type ball collider, and not battery status, but ball collider, actually controller. And there we want to call the perfect pass, or increase the perfect pass by 1. So that will do is it will simply increase perfect pass by 1, and I'm gonna debug that to the screen. The perfect log, perfect pass is increased. All right. So let's check it out. Let's create a level where it actually makes sense. So, or a stage. So let's go to stage and let's add some more. Let's make it 8. And I'm going to have multiple ones like this. So let's try to have this perfect pass, or multiple perfect passes, and therefore I need to deactivate Helix top, of course. So let's go ahead. Okay, that was not perfect. Ah, damn it, again, not perfect. I am not that good at this game, at least not on the phone or my PC. Okay, let me set up the level a little easier so I can do that, or I can test that accordingly. So let's get rid of the dev parts like that and add more gaps. And actually, for testing purposes, why not? I could even set the value down. So for now we had the value at 3. So if we have a perfect pass at 3, then only then it's activated. Now let's say after 1. So if we have 1 perfect pass, the next platform we hit will be destroyed. Let's check that out. So I'm hitting it, and as you can see, the little piece here was destroyed, but not the whole game object. So what's wrong there? Let's check it out. And that has to do with the following. So currently, when we hit the ball, it's in here. So destroy collision game object. So with the ball hits something with super speed, we say collision game object. So the collision transform get component is not gold. That's good, but we are destroying the game object itself. But what I want to destroy is the parent. So let me check collision dot, or game object parent. And then to destroy the parent, I need to say collision.transform.parent, the parent of the transform.GameObject. So this is how I get the parent. So what is the parent of the game object that we are hitting? Well, if we look at it, we are hitting the goal prefab, right? This Helix goal prefab, or not the whole goal, but the Helix part prefab. So we hit one of those, right? And if we hit one of those, we want to destroy the whole platform, and the whole platform is the parent of this Helix part prefab. So in our case here, it would be Helix top. So now we should be good to go, and we should destroy the whole platform. So let me check. Boom, and I destroyed the whole platform after I had this hit. Boom, and I destroyed the platform. All right, so that's working great. That's fine. So now we can go ahead and add the ads to our game. Because other than that, I think we're pretty good. We can create stages. We can define them as we please. Let me create a little bigger stages here. Like this. And let's go again. So let's see. Boom, and I lost. And my game crashes, so we need to check out what's the problem here. And in order to add ads to our application, we need to add or go to services, and therefore you need to be signed in. So you need to sign in with your Unity account, and if you don't have one, then you need to create one. So I'm gonna sign in here. And once I'm signed in, I can use services. So I can select the organization, and I'm gonna go and create. Now, once I created that, you can see there are multiple services that I can use: in-app purchase, multiplayer, cloud building, or cloud build, and so forth. And the one that I want to use is ads. So I'm gonna click on ads. And as you can see, supported platforms, iOS and Android. So if I use Unity ads, they are only supported on mobile platforms, for now at least. And if you want to use that, well, you can go ahead. So if you want to understand more about that, you can press on getting started and follow along the instructions there. So welcome to Unity ads here, monetizing guide, acquiring users by advertising. Well, that monetization, that's the one that's interesting for us. You can see the requirements, the integration for Unity engine integration. We can click here if we want to do that for iOS and so forth. So I'm just going to show you real quick how it's done. And therefore you need to activate this little button here. And you can also, well, you have to check that this app is primarily targeted to children under the age of 13, if that's the case. If not, you can simply continue. So I'm gonna monetize it again, and now it seems to work. That's right. Now, once I'm here, I need to go to my dashboard. So let's go to the dashboard real quick. So I'll press that button. That leads you to your Unity dashboard. And in your dashboard, you will find the develop tab. Open that up, and you come to your projects. And in my case, it displays all the projects that I have developed recently. And if you don't have any, you can create a new project here at the top. But otherwise, you can simply select the one. In my case, it's this Helix Jump YouTube, and it says this project is using Unity ads. Once you're here, click on ads or go to ads. And there you find your UUID, and you can go to monetization here, and there you find platforms. And on the platforms, you can get your game ID or store game ID for the Google Play Store or the Apple Store. and I'm gonna get the game ID here. Actually, if you click on it, you can also set up what should be allowed. So video, for example, is video allowed. Do you have a reward video? And if you have rewarded videos, then you can, well, you cannot, they are not allowed to skip, but I'm gonna disable them because I don't have rewarded videos. If you have any, if you don't know what that is, by the way, a rewarded video is where the user gets an additional profit or an additional value out of watching the rewarded video or the ad. After watching it, for example, he gets an additional try in the game, or he gets additional lives, or he gets gold, which we can then use in order to purchase in-app stuff and so on. So that's what a rewarded video would be. But other than that, it's just a general video that you can display, and it will skip after 5 seconds. So that's good. And while we're here, we need to go to settings and copy the game ID. So you need to have your game ID, and you can copy that. You can change the video orientation and so forth. So there are several settings. I'm not gonna go too deep into that. I just wanted to show you real quick how you can activate it. So once all of that is active, you can display an ad. And a good point to display the ad would be whenever we restart the level. So in here, show ads, that's the point where I told you that a good point would be, or a good spot to display the level or display the ad. And that's the idea. I'm gonna copy it in here because I'm gonna need it in a second. So let's go to the top, and here I need to use using Unity engine dot advertisement, and it's written like that, advertisements, and it's not proposing it to me because, well, for whatever reason. But now in order to display the ad, I call this advertisement dot show. So there's a method called show. And in my case, it's complaining, so it doesn't like it. But what we also need to set up is the initialization of those advertisements. And I'm gonna do that in my awake method. So I'm just gonna say advertisement.initialize, and in here I need to enter the ID in a string. So I'm gonna save that script for now, and I'm going to restart Unity because we have set it up, we have added ads or activated ads, and I'm just also gonna enable test mode. Now I'm gonna save my object and scene, and I'm gonna restart Unity. So let's go ahead and restart Unity after that. All right, so now after it restarted, so I paused the video while it was restarting, we see that advertisements are still not happy. So I'm gonna close the script, this game manager script, and I'm gonna go to my scripts and open up the game manager once again. And that was not enough, so I also had to restart Visual Studio, but as you can see now it's not complaining anymore. So sometimes it's just good to restart your programs, especially after having activated that. But now that we have done that, we can go ahead and test it. So let's test the application, and let's create a little game over situation. And as you can see, my ad is not displaying yet. Let me see if the console, what it says. So let's go here, and with this game over, let's instead write something like show ads and save that. And let's start it again. And now in order to actually test it, because now it display show ads because after, well, I changed the debug from game over to show ads in my game manager here, but it's not enough. So we need to go to Android mode in order to test it, because as it said, supported platforms iOS and Android. And in order to do so, we need to change the build settings. So currently we are at PC, Mac, Linux standalone, but now we need to go to Android. And after having selected Android here, we can go to, or we can select build and run. By the way, it's important to have the scenes, sample scene, which I have never changed the name of, but the sample scene needs to be checked here. And well, after that's done, we can go ahead and build and run. Then we can save our game, and I'm gonna call it Helix Jump YT and save it. And as you can see, please set bundle identifier in the player settings. The value must follow the convention your company name your product name and can contain alphanumeric values. All right, so that's what we need to do, but as it seems, it still goes on. So that's what it just says is important in order to actually upload the game to the store. So you need to add a bundle identifier and bundle name, but for now we're just gonna leave that because we just want to test the game. And in my case, it's complaining because it says it's unable to find suitable JDK installation. Make sure you have a suitable JDK installation, and it's asking for JDK 8. So, and Java Development Kit 8. So in order to do that, we need to install that on our machine. So in my case, it's not installed anymore, so I need to reinstall it. So let's go ahead and visit Java Development Kit download, or let's search for it, and then we'll find Java SE Development Kit 8. That's the one that we need. In my case, at least, if it in your case showed that you need a 9 or 10, then get the according one. But in this case, I just need the 8 one. And as I'm using a Mac, I need to install the JDK 8. So I need to download this DMG file and install it. In your case, you would install the Windows version or the Linux version if you run a different system. So I'm gonna pause the video until it's downloaded. Once the download is done, let's go ahead and install the DMG file in my case, in your case maybe the exe file. And well, that's just because Android works with Java, or at least Android Studio works with Java, and you need the Java Development Kit for that. So I need to install it real quick, and you probably as well if you haven't worked with Java in the past or with Android in the past. But if you have, well, then you of course don't need to do that. All right, now it's done. I can close it, and I can delete the installer. That's totally fine. Now let's go back and let's check it out again. Maybe we need to restart. Let's just check it out. So build settings. And here, by the way, what you saw earlier, let's just real quick go over it. If you select Android here, you can press player settings, and this opens up the player settings on the right hand side. So you can enter company name. In my case, it would be something like Tutorials, because that's my website back in the days, and well, my German website, still working on it. And then you can select the icon, you can adjust the resolution of your game. Then you can have a splash image that comes up at the beginning if you have a splash image. I'm not gonna go into that too much, right? I'm just really showing it real quick. Then you can use a key store. I'm not gonna go into key stores as well. You can check it out on YouTube. There are plenty of videos. You can just create a key store. Go ahead and create a new key store. That's pretty much like a set of keys that you have in order to make sure that you are the owner. Well, if you have the key store, then you're the owner of that application, and only you can upload new updates to that application or about that application on the Play Store. Okay, and then for some reasons, I could not find the package name. There it is under other settings. There you can enter the package name, that's what it was complaining about. So I'm gonna say something like com.pnutorials.helix jump yt. Then you have the version and the version code. So version 0.1 is good for a beta. You can say which Android version is the minimum API level, so which version is at least required on the device that you want to check, and so forth. So I'm just gonna save it as it is and build and run. So let's save it. Let's see if it's still complaining. And well, as I don't have an Android device here, I needed to start my Android emulator. And if you want to do the same, you can install Android Studio, which contains an emulator. So just Google Android Studio installer and just install the application. And just create a little project. Just also always click enter, enter, next, 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 and then open up the emulator. In my case, well, that's the emulator, which says Hello World here. But I'm still waiting, so this can take quite a while until it finally build it. You can of course use your Android device, so just plug it into your PC via USB and then you can go ahead. So now it says viewing full screen. Got it. And now let's see if my machine can run all of that. Well, there we are. There's a little ad coming up at the beginning, Unity ads. That's awesome. And I can get rid of it. That was just a test ad. And there we are again. So for some reason it just shows me ads all the time. So let me check it again. Now that I have set it up as Android, as you can see, even though I'm not really running it on my device here, actually let me check if I can skip the ad here. Now, as you can see, I cannot add. It's a 8-second ad, but that's just on my Android device. Not sure whether it's on the same on a hard device or on a physical device, if it's the same. But what I do see is that's where my game is. So now after having done all of that, and my Unity is in Android mode. You can see that here, Android personal. So now that's true, or that's done, I can skip ads or I can close ads, but now I'm in the Android phone mode and my game simply runs. So I can simply play it. And as you can see, it destroys objects if I'm super fast. Boom. And that's not the perfect behavior yet. We can check it out. Let me go back to my code and let's change it back, because we had this very fast behavior where the perfect pass was just 1. Now we need 3. 3 as a perfect pass seems to be more realistic, and we could create a public variable for that as well, but I just hard coded it for now. And by the way, if we run into the game over, we start an ad, and we did that by using this method that I've just shown you. So let me get into it. As you can see, now the ad comes up, and in the background our game still runs, but I can close the ad, and there we are. We're back in the game, and boom, we're in the ad, and we're back in the game. So as you can see, it creates a new ad every time that we lose, and we are back at the beginning of the game. And that's exactly what we wanted, right? So now let's destroy a platform. Let's see if we are good enough. Boom, we destroyed multiple platforms. So that's also something that I would like to change. I don't want to destroy the platform straight away. I want to destroy them after a certain amount of time. So here we destroyed the whole parent. If I add a comma and then a time, so let's say after a period of time, I only want to delete it. So for example, after 0.3 seconds, I can do it like that. So after 0.3, the platform will be destroyed. Not just at the moment where I touch it, but just, well, 300 milliseconds later. So let me try to get there again. So that we fly, boom, and only after 300 milliseconds it got destroyed. So now we're in the next level, and we can even fly through the level. So that's something that we need to look at still. And usually we can solve that problem by selecting the ball and going to collision detection. Here it's discrete, but if we choose continuous dynamic, then it will be more precise, and then those little hiccups and those little errors shouldn't appear anymore, and the ball shouldn't fall through our goal, for example. As you can see now, it seems a lot smoother. And now this level, of course, is stupid because we have very few platforms, but boom, as you can see, we're going through one level after the other. And what you could of course also add now is adds to the next level screen. So whenever you go to the next level, you could do that. So here we get an argument out of range exception, and that's because we only have a specific amount of levels, right? And or stages. If we had more stages, that would be no issue. But you can check that out here. So it says stage, system connection, generic list stage. So it has to do with the stages. Okay, so that's how you would fix it. Well, you would just add more stages, and that's what I would also recommend you. Just create a bunch of stages and make them individual. So you can go ahead and make something like 15 size here. So let's make it a little more advanced. So that will be the second level, right? So make it a little more difficult and so forth. So as you can see, we created a whole level designer. So this thing here is a stage designer or level designer, where you can design your levels as you like, and it will create everything else randomly, and that's exactly what we want. So let's check it out. Let's make it a little more difficult towards the end. And once again. And that was stage 1. Now stage 0. Let's make it a little more difficult as well. So, well, let's get started. Let's try that. As you can see, you can change the size, but of course at one point there is a limit, right? So you cannot make the size you cannot create 100 platforms in between, because otherwise there is no space in between for the ball to jump. So that was an easy one. Now that's a little more difficult, because now we have less space and we cannot just fly through them, as you can see. And once I hit one, bam, we're back in the ads. But as you can see, we stay in the same level. That's because we designed it that way. All right, so I'd say we have everything set up. It should be good to go. As you can see, we don't have these problems anymore where it just flies through one of the platforms and where it just flies through the end of the level. That's because we set it up as continuous. But now you have your game. You can install it on your phone. You can just download or get the APK. You should, we exported it. I showed you earlier. We exported the APK. Now you can go ahead and just use that. Alrighty, it has been quite a journey that we went through. It's over 4 hours. I expected it to be 2, but well, we ended up at 4.5 hours or so of content. And I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you like it. I hope you learned a lot. I know it's a basic game, but well, we still spent roughly 4 hours developing it, but I went through all the different aspects of it. I explained to you almost every single thing. I hope I didn't miss out on too many things. If you missed anything, you can always check out the documentation of Unity. It's pretty darn good. Or just Google whatever you're missing. There are great videos on YouTube about that as well. And yeah, just leave a like under this video if you liked it. Probably if you're still here, you did like it, because otherwise you wouldn't bear with me for 4 hours. Also, leave a comment. Please let me know what you think about the game. Let me know about what you think about the approach, how I teach. And also, please feel free to visit my Udemy account or my Udemy website here, udemy.com/user/DennisPanuta. That's me. And there you can find all my courses. And one of them is my complete Unity 3D game developer course, make 6 games. Well, after this video it should be 7, so I'm gonna add that to the course as well. Then I have another great one, that's the complete C# Master class, which is a great English course, quite successful, works well, people love it, and I hope you will love them as well. So just check out my courses. Maybe I have some other new courses by the time you're watching this video. I hope I do. And yeah, thanks a lot. And I hope I wasn't too tired towards the end. It's been a long day, 4.5 hours of video recording. That's a new record for myself. I have never created that much video on one day, and it's 30 degrees Celsius outside, so it's a great day, sunny, and thanks a lot. If you look through it on a sunny day, that's even greater. If it's a bad day, then that's fine as well. I hope you have some ideas on what to build next, and if that wasn't enough for you to have a real good understanding of Unity, and I understand that because it was quite quick and we went through it quickly because, well, there's just so much to learn and to do, right? But if you want to go ahead and learn more, please check out my Unity course. It's just like 10 bucks, or depending on when you buy it, usually it should be 10 bucks. You can also find the link in the description. So I will add, or Udemy will add the link in the description through which you can buy it. It would be my coupon, so my discount link. So please use that one if you want to get the course. That is helping me out a lot. And yeah, if you develop a game after having learned from me, please let me know as well. I'm super happy about everyone who shows me their games and yeah, tells me that I was the starting point in their learning path to becoming a game developer. Great, so enough blah blah. Thanks a lot, have a nice day, and see you hopefully in one of my courses or in another YouTube video of mine. Bye.